My judgment is on there.
So I got a good volume. That thing is actually surprisingly powerful for as little as it is.
Yeah.
I don't have the
Slideshow.
intro with the laptop upstairs, which is fine.
You got all the music on there, though.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I just wanted to get a feel for that volume wise. Okay. All right. So last time we left the Unbelievables, you guys were had headed through a portal that was created after a fight with Jarsis the Chain Devil. You decided to go through the portal after talking with Aijan and Ijarl, two of the Witch Wolves from the Witch Wolf clan, and decided to follow them or go back through the portal in order to talk with or do something with, yet to be determined still, the Witch Wolf tribe. So you guys headed through that portal, found your way out to the Kraust Mountains, where you were greeted by some winter wolves outside of the cave that you were in. Quickly dispatched them and then headed down through the mountains, taking pretty much a whole day journey to get there. Some clever use of water walk helped get you through there, so that was a good move. Some clever uses of banishment also helped get you guys through some fights, so there were some really good strategic decisions made last time. Avoided escalation of the Yetis, so that brought you to the edge of basically a hidden forest, a forest inside the mountains. If you looked on the map, there's no indication of a forest on the mountain, like in the mountains in the map. It's not really on there. So within that forest is where Aijan and Ijarl have said that the Witch Wolves are. You also again have 4 other Coldborn companions with you, who are walking alongside you as well. There's been a little bit of a tension between the two groups, unknown as to why, but they all just feel like they shouldn't trust or like each other. But Bruce has kind of smoothed that over as their Great Bear Chief, and that all kind of came to culmination when Aijan and Ijarl were at the edge of the forest, really kind of feeling some kind of pull, some kind of need for something, and through kind of force of personality and just overall his great bearness, Bruce was able to help Aijan and Ijarl see the truth, and actually in the process kind of see some of the truth himself and understand that the power that they have was bestowed upon them by the gods way back before, like at the beginning of their tribe and probably the beginning of this surface. So he kind of got a vision of that as well, and so did the wolves, and they were able to begin to re-manifest their power that they had kind of lost the ability to, and kind of wake up from a bit of a fog. With that, we left the group. I believe the plan was to rest and before heading in, but you guys were basically on the edge of the forest and getting ready for an evening rest. And so that is where we will pick up with preparing for that evening rest before you head into the woods or turn around and go backwards and decide to do something completely different and make me figure it out. So with that, I turn it over to you guys.
Okay, let's teleport
Well, the last
circle out of
thing
here.
I did was finish my watch, and then I woke up whoever the next person was and went to bed.
Okay.
So I'm not doing anything until we wake up. I'm just sleeping.
I do remember
I
that.
did something on the watch, right?
I
Yep,
did.
he did.
I used to scry a little bit more in the Black Blade.
That's right.
You use your watch as a focus for that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was thinking about having Smith see if he and Adam could share their focus, because I've got scrying and I don't have a focus, but I don't think I could use your watch. It's not going to work. It's very Adam-esque. We could try.
Yeah.
Not today, though.
The hammer would be a cool focus.
It's your spell slot. I don't mind you trying.
Just like use the hammer to like break a hole in reality and see through it. I don't know if that's how that spell works.
You
but
guys
that'd be cool.
Have anything you want to do tonight before we?
Don't think so. If I
don't
remember
think so.
correctly, Midnight Bringer. Oh. Okay, well I already did their full rest, so.
What's the plan? This is Smith. As we're going to bed, we're going in there to try to
Free them
from their corruption, right? But we don't know exactly
Destroy
what
all
we're
the
going to see.
corruption orbs. It's always corruption orbs.
Probably an orb, yeah.
It's always the orbs.
As you guys are talking about that, you just hear me. I just finished my watch and I went to sleep.
I'm gonna stay up and have a drink or two if anyone wants to join me. Cool. All right.
No takers. Brian wants to.
Brian.
The guy.
And then once he does, the rest of the bears are like, yeah, we'll have a drink with you. It'd be an honor
Sure.
to drink with you. So your clan is interested in having a drink with you.
Here. Well, I don't have a whole lot, but I have an elven ale. I have 2 elven ales.
They all reach for the side. You notice too that they're actually carrying a horn. All have their own horns on them. They're like, don't worry, we came prepared.
Smith calls out, "You can finish off the keg that's in the bag of holding if you want.
Okay.
We've only used a little bit of it."
Bring it out. Let's go.
Adam is sleeping, holding the bag of holding.
That's why it's called a bag of holding.
My thumb slips in my mouth.
I walked over and I very ungracefully teared the back of the bags.
You just hear.
He's a heavy sleeper.
Keg.
Yep, it comes to you. It takes a little while to get it out of there because that's one of the larger objects that's probably in there. Well, I guess you've thrown some bodies.
Oh, that's what I need to do before I go to bed. I'm gonna
Throw
try
a
to
body
check
in
out
there?
that super fancy
Oh,
armor
yeah.
and what was it, a halberd? Or no, what did the paladin Noel have?
I think it
Full
was
plate
a
armor and
halberd.
Yeah, Albert.
halberd
Or
that we suspected might be special.
there it is. I was like, which one is this?
Do I not have identify on my spell list? I need to remedy that. Next chance I get.
I don't think I can learn identify.
Maybe I can't. Maybe it's not a warlock spell.
What is?
Identify?
It's a glaive, not a helmet.
Glaive.
Glaive.
But same idea.
Similar idea, yeah. A pole arm of sorts.
Oh, that guy's dead.
It is a bard or wizard spell. Identify.
Bummer.
That's
I
why I
don't have it
can't.
either.
Yeah.
I don't think I have it. I'm not 100% sure if summoners can learn it or not.
You're welcome to try Arcana and see what you can learn from
I used to be pretty good at Arcana. I still am. If I use... I don't think this will work. Because it's not in the realm of crafting, but I would get no, it's not going to work. Okay. Alright, Arcana. I was trying to get advantage. I don't think it's...
that. If you don't run it by me, the answer is no. If you run
Well-
it by me, the answer might be yes.
It comes from the no. I was thinking it came from the hammer, but it comes from the gloves of steadiness. The advantage on using tools.
Gotcha.
So if I'm using a tool to try to use Arcana to identify,
Right.
then maybe I could make an argument for getting an advantage. But I don't believe that's how it works.
Does Corey count as a tool? You just raise Adam's arm. Hey, Corey.
I'll put on the shoulder and give you that.
Guidance, nice.
I was like, what?
You're
Wait.
sleeping. Do you want to look at this stuff
I
with
could
me?
expect
You
that
might
from
be able
Adam,
to.
but that's about it.
I mean, if Ikrak was here, I know he'd be able to help me. But
Yeah.
I don't have
We can
guidance,
have
but
him
I'll
up, yeah.
help as much as I can.
Maybe.
All right,
Just
if-
I'll help with my
punch you in the
+7 in acrobatics.
if Noah helps me, do I get advantage?
Or do we just both roll? How does that work?
Roll your Arcana check first.
Mine?
Yeah.
I'm a plus
Just
zero,
to
so this
see
is
if
going
you
to go.
give advantage.
He's helped me craft things before.
Yeah.
Nope. 9.
You don't have a plus at all.
9 your total.
9 is my total. I don't have a plus to
Okay.
Arcana.
Here's what I got. So this is to identify. 18 total.
And this is, which one are you trying to identify?
I was going to start with the full plate.
Okay. You're pretty sure it's not magic.
Can I help with the other one?
This junk is not magical.
You can try. You can certainly try.
11.
No advantage.
22 on the glaive.
The glaive is magical. It's a +1 glaive. It is slightly unique because there's a chain attached to the bottom of it that he was using to swing it around. But it doesn't add anything. It's just more for flavor with the chain now and stuff.
No
But
range.
it can be. No, it doesn't add any additional reach.
Well, glaives
It does-
already have
They already have reach.
reach,
so.
yeah.
That would have been cool to give it
It
extra.
was more the
extra.
flavor of the Sentinel stuff. That as
Yeah.
he was doing Sentinel stuff, he was swinging it. Swinging
Well, I am going to try something then with your permission. I'm going to give it to... Because I've observed everybody else's fighting styles and nobody would use it. You're helping me out, so if you want it, you can claim it. But I'm not bringing it to Adam or Bruce because neither one of them
I've
will
got a
use it.
spear currently. Would I be able to use a
Yeah,
glaive?
you're right.
I think I have.
That's what happened.
Do I have Polearm Master in this version of Midnight? No, I do not. But I had Polearm Master at one point.
Adam would
No,
be
that
like,
was
"This is
the,
my whole
Pathfinder.
personality now."
I do have Polearm Master, but I've got a large polearm hammer
Bigger
that I
one.
use. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Midnight wouldn't be opposed to taking it.
I want to give it to Wesson.
Hmm.
See if that works. But if you would rather use it,
Either way. I can give Wesson my spear.
is it magical?
Nope.
Oh, you don't have a magical weapon.
Mm-mm. Well, does my lightning shot dagger count as a magical weapon? Because, like, 50% magical, 50% mechanical.
No, it doesn't technically.
Okay, so I don't have a magical weapon.
So you don't have any way
I have a weapon that shoots lightning.
magic
Yeah, that's
resistance. Or not
Actually,
magic resistance.
Mid or not mid. Yeah, Bringard is for my magic
Oh.
damage, but I wouldn't be
Yeah,
opposed to taking a
Wesson
magic.
isn't going to be doing a whole lot in combat. So if
I
you
can
want
give him my spear and then, yeah, I'm good with.
He's already got a weapon.
Oh, I see. He's already got. One.
Yeah. He's got a mundane weapon. Though.
I'm fine with whichever.
Yeah, take it. +1
Sweet.
glaive, man.
+1.
You've got a little reach weapon now, which might be useful while you're
That might
riding.
actually be useful because if
Riding,
I'm riding,
yeah.
Who are you
Bring
shooting into?
Midnight.
Do you have proficiency in?
I do not.
Oh, it's a martial. Oh.
Oh wait, Marshall. Wait. hold on.
Not martial. It's exotic, right?
No,
That's
it's
3/5.
There
I
are
don't know.
no exotics.
Okay.
How do I check that?
Yeah, check your proficiencies. Is it? I don't know what you're using, but
Dad, where do I check proficiency or something?
You'd usually be in your, like all of your class abilities. You have simple weapon proficiency. That's it.
Simple weapon. Okay.
So no, you are not.
I can take it. I can take it next time I get a feat
That
though.
would be a disadvantage.
Disadvantage using it? So I'd roll with disadvantage when attacking?
Yep.
I could hold on to it for now. Just not use it until I gain proficiency.
That's what happens. I actually don't.
well, okay. So
I thought it was just you
Wesson
don't
is
get
proficient
proficiency
with
bonus.
any simple or martial weapon, so
we
he
give
would
it
be
to
proficient
Wesson
with the
for
glaive.
now.
Yeah,
And then if Midnight gets proficiency later.
yeah.
So Midnight kind of explains that and he's like, well, I probably wouldn't be too much of use using this now, but I
Actually,
think...
it's you just don't get your proficiency. That's what it is. You don't get.
Oh, okay. Which that would be fine. I mean, Midnight's not really... Like, right now, he's not really much of a melee attacker anyways.
Smith, I know I'm asleep, but I want to ask
It would
who's
be
the
awesome
names
for
of everybody running in your crew right now. You have
Strength's very-
Jarrus, Wesson,
My
and I
strength
wrote
is
down
+2.
Meanie,
Relic?
So that's
No.
all you.
Rallick. I don't know. Someone
+2.
made a joke about calling a character Meanie, and I was like, I don't think that was real. So
Yeah.
I'll erase that one. So you have those three.
Yeah.
Jarrus, Rallick, and Wesson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Didn't you have like a old lady, like a
a
ghoul?
specter. Yeah.
Spectre.
Yeah. When I kill a humanoid, I can raise a specter.
But that
From it?
died in the.
It only lasts until my long rest.
Oh.
The end of my long rest.
Okay, that's what I was.
Or if it
wondering.
dies. In this case, it died.
I was wondering where that specter went, but I
Yeah.
guess.
Just in case.
Just in case. I do like that specter. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like I don't have to worry about losing it because it's going to be lost anyway. Just send it into the combat. So
Live bait or dead bait.
I go ahead and I give the glaive to Wesson. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. But he's proficient.
Okay. Yeah, can use it.
He,
I mean, it
keeps
just
it.
kinda
He
goes,
holds
I
it.
won't be
I
able to
tell him
use it now,
to kind of
but-
swing it around and maybe spar with me a little bit.
Okay.
See how it goes.
Yeah.
He seems okay.
Competent.
Okay. Nice. He doesn't have any armor proficiencies though, so I'm gonna have to leave him. I'm gonna leave that full plate alone. Nobody else wants it, but it'll be worth some good money. All right, that's all I do
don't
before
really
bed.
Want the armor? I've got magical crystal dragon armor.
I know, we've got
counts
sweet
as
armor.
light armor.
You got sweet armor too, right? You got
I have a skill
Nephilim?
from the
Yeah.
Crystal Dragon.
Yeah, we both do. Both got lightened scale mail from
Uh-huh.
the dragon. Cause
I love that we just like. You guys just got through like a very treacherous journey through the mountains, and you're just having a sparring match / kegger
Yeah.
into the night at the moment.
That's how
You
you
need to blow off some
that's-
steam.
That's how you celebrate. Going for a run like that.
And I am squarely just like, good night. My fingers hurt. They're so cold.
Yeah.
Going to bed.
By the way, I've been watching the 3rd season of Umbrella Academy, and seriously, every time 5 comes on, I'm still just like, that Adam and 5, I swear, they're just so similar. I love it, though.
Yes and no.
Yes and no, right, I'll agree. There are some no's, there are definitely no's, but I just like the snarkiness of 5 and Adam. I just like,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Yeah, I love 5. 5 and Klaus are my favorite characters.
Yeah.
I can't
honestly,
choose
I
between
want to
them.
make, like, I want to get good at animation so I can make animated scenes of each of our characters.
That'd be great.
That'd be really cool.
All right, so you guys are sleeping through the night? Some people are doing some watches or something. You did one.
Uh-huh.
Midnight's gonna sleep until woken up.
Anybody else?
Well,
planning
who
on
does?
watching?
It sounds like we didn't really coordinate it, but Smith just usually goes to sleep because Wesson and
Yeah,
So
I think
Everybody
that's
else
what we
will
had
stay up,
originally
yeah.
planned.
your crew is gonna stay up and
Yeah.
keep watch. All right.
Yeah, they don't wander
You
far.
guys are staying
Smith
up and
crew.
drinking for a little while, Braden. You and your
Yeah,
crew.
not too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
You and your posse stay up for a little while, and then they eventually go to sleep. So early in the morning, before everybody kind of wakes up, Smith and Wesson, or Wesson and Rallick and Jarsis are all kind of around. But Ajan and Ijarl come over to Bruce, and they kind of just stand over him for a little bit, and then like this is early in the morning, so they both kind of like, one of them leans down and like starts kind of like tapping you on the shoulders, like, Bruce, hey Bruce, Bruce. Gives you a little tap on the face a couple times. Sorry.
You're lucky. Oh, okay. Yeah, what's up?
We just sorry, we were up. We couldn't sleep very well. We just wanted to say thanks for all that you've done to help us so far. And as we go into the woods, I don't know what's going to happen. But I don't know what your guys' plans are, but that's family in there for us. So I would just, I don't know, encourage you to lead your group to maybe not kill them all. or something. I don't know what to best do in this scenario because they're not going to be super excited about you being there, I think. But yeah, I don't know what was your plan?
You think I got a plan?
You don't have
No.
You don't have a plan?
Listen, my plan is that we are in your territory. So we are going to follow you into these woods to your people. And if they attack us, we will defend ourselves. But we are going to do everything that we can to address them peaceably and respectfully and honorably and try to get to the bottom of whatever is causing your people and I'm sure and for others the grief that we're dealing with and putting them under a spell like that you've been under. I totally understand. We're here to help your people. We're not going to wipe in or come in and just wipe your people out. That's not our plan.
Okay. I mean, they might attack you. I really don't know. I guess.
What would you suggest we do?
What?
What would you suggest we do?
I don't know. Maybe we could try the old, captured route, and hey, we captured these people, and ha ha ha, and then we can have a conversation or something. I'm not really a plan. We're not really plan guys. We just kind of follow.
I don't like. Yeah, I think that. Well, let's not go that route because that's dumb.
I mean, never fails.
Let's go in with you talking in the first place.
Okay. Yeah. I think maybe we could do that. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Perfect.
All right.
We all wake up now.
Good chat. Thanks. And they just kind of awkwardly back up from you. And you see the two of them just kind of talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out what they're about to do, too. And yes, the rest of you wake up shortly after.
Shortly after.
I wake up, nice stretch, big smile, go down to the stream, throw water in my face, walk up to Bruce, say, "All right, who we murdering today, bud?"
We're not gonna intentionally try to murder someone.
I asked the Prince of Bears who we were going to murder. We're going to kill all these people or what?
Nope, that's not the plan here. If we see gnolls, we kill them. If we see witch wolves, we try to talk.
Or levitate them into the air until we can deal with them.
Right, and which is where you come in, my dear little friend.
Ow. Ow. That hurts. Your hand is very big.
Yes.
So, sure. I'm fine, dude. You, Mr. Prince of Bears, Stormborn, whatever thing you are. Just, yeah.
Not right. That's
Tell me who to talk to.
Khaleesi.
Lord of the Rings, whatever your name is.
I'm sure you'll figure it out as we go.
All right.
But Smith kind of overhears some of that as he wakes up. But if they attack us, we need to defend ourselves, right?
Yes, maybe I should talk to you about that, Smith. If they attack us, let's not go all crazy, smashy, soul-sucking, that kind of thing too much. Let's try to hold on to the reins a little bit as we go into this.
I think that's a good idea.
Are you saying if we defeat them, not to turn to family members of our friends into our undead servants. Are you saying that's off limits for the day?
Correct.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah.
Much
I
no
don't,
fun.
I don't
but
think that'd be much about uniting and more about conquering.
What
in
do
terms
we-
of the bear prophecy, I don't like. I feel like destroying them would kind of be conquering.
What do we do if they attack us? If they overwhelm us while we're trying to save them,
Like I said earlier,
they're not going to be any more saved
That's fair.
by our defeat.
I
What do
mean,
we do?
some of us have levitate spell, right? We could just levitate them each individually into the air, or hold them in place.
Yeah. That's why we're a team. We're working together. Midnight. That's a great idea.
Or maybe you could do what you did with these two earlier to clear their minds. I don't know if that'd work on a whole huge group, but whatever you did earlier that reminded them of who they were,
Going full
That-
bear, yeah.
yeah, that might work.
Yeah. Well, if someone wants to remind me what I did or said, that'd be great. Otherwise, I don't remember a whole lot. But I'll do what I can.
You kind of just went all alpha mode and just screamed until everyone else shut up, and it worked. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
nice.
He's had a lot of practice of doing that. That's a normal Friday night for him at the tavern.
Right. So, yeah, I think play more defense than offense.
I think that's a good idea. I can let Brengard
So we
know
only kill them if we have to.
Yeah.
if there's no other way. We look for another way. Not like what you guys did with Kalar. Midnight kind of just folds his arms. Just saying.
That was an instant where.
That's fair. I guess I wasn't there for that.
And we took us. So,
You weren't there for that?
That's a good
No,
analogy.
that was the one session I wasn't there that you guys played without me. I
And
was
we
outside of
destroyed a
camp.
unicorn, yeah.
And then you guys killed a unicorn without me, and I came back and was like, wait, they killed a unicorn? What? Midnight probably would not have let that happen.
Midnight's not there.
Yeah.
Unicorn
Midnight
could
probably
kill.
would not have let that happen.
Yeah.
Because
Our whole trajectory would have been different.
Yeah.
But if it's Knowles, then we'll smashy, resurrect, all that. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But only the gnolls or demons, if there's demons as well. Which there very much could be. There could be chain demons. Or other types of demons. And if we see that, Brengard will fly into the sky and drop them from 1,000 feet. Maybe that's a bit excessive, but maybe we'll do more like 300. Point being, I can just drop them out of the sky. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna make Brengard. As soon as I can get huge size, make him a huge size creature that just picks up stuff and drops them out of the sky.
Alright, so as you guys are talking, Ajan and Ajar all come up to Bruce. Alright, are you guys ready to head in?
I
Is
think
your
we're
group
ready.
Everybody have their breakfast and whatever.
Are we all have breakfast?
I don't know, I mean, do you guys eat breakfast?
No, we just breathe air. Yeah. Yeah, give me some food.
I don't have food. Well, I had enough for me. But
I was assuming there would be a pie shop where we're going.
Oh, I would hope so.
what's a pie? That's right. Ajan, what's a pie?
Are they worth saving? That wasn't Smith.
We got something to take care of. We talk to your people.
Okay, alright. Maybe it's something to offer then.
Is there any
Alright.
bamboo nearby?
No,
Ah, darn.
not that I'm aware of.
I would have started stripping off bamboo leaves for food.
Alright, well, shall we go?
Let's go.
Okay. With that, they head. You guys start heading into the forest. As you guys kind of go, as you guys step like right into the forest, like out of the clearing and into the edge of the forest. Both Aijan and Aijara let out a loud howl, followed by a short howl after that.
What does that mean?
They both kind of look back at you. Oh, I am so sorry. That is force of habit. We have to howl. We always howled when we entered the woods.
Great.
I think it'll be okay though. That was all like we're fine, we're all good howl, not the oh crap, there's things following us howl. So we should be fine.
Do I believe them?
Roll an insight check.
Hey,
10. Oh, they seem trustworthy.
if you pull my leg, pull our leg, pull anyone's leg, we will turn you into fire.
No, that is
Smith chuckles.
that is the good howl. So we should be all right. Downside is they'll know we're coming. They'll probably smell you guys too.
Man, that's fine.
Yeah, we really stink.
Yeah,
Especially
some
this
would be
one.
more than others.
I probably smell more in line with wolves. And
I don't.
Other
I smell
things
of
like
wet
that.
child.
yeah.
I have a
The days.
question. It just occurred to me. The source of the corruption, if it's anything like what
Oh,
we've
that's
seen, it's gonna be at your talking to the witch wolves. At one of your what's the word for it? Where all of, like where your main connection to your source of power is, your most
Router.
sacred place. Huh?
Yeah.
The router.
Yeah, the router. It's gonna be at your router.
I don't know what that word means, but go on.
Adam knows. He doesn't.
I'm just saying things that sound right.
Just saying
going-
things he's heard somewhere or some.
Mm.
Yep.
Sometime.
Someone in
Uh,
my brain said that word, and I thought I'd pass it along. Continue.
So maybe instead of heading into the town or where the leadership is, maybe we can edge around and go to wherever your sacred place is and just try there first. Is that
Makes
something
sense.
that wouldn't be difficult?
Like, Ijaro, is there any place you like sacrifice sheep, or like let blood to your god, or like
A shrine
take
to
up
your
an
earth
offering,
god.
You know,
Yeah.
all those
Or-
things.
Where you did the
Ah.
ritual
Hmm.
to regain the claws in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did
Do
you
you
guys
remember?
When did you guys hit puberty? That's what we need to know.
Well, let me think about this for a moment.
DM Jeff is like, that's not where it was, but now I don't know what to do.
It's like, that's a good idea, though. I'll move it there.
Because that's where it was for the druids.
Yeah.
And that's the only other time, I guess. Huh?
Yeah.
And
That's what
where's
it was
Werewolf
right outside.
Church? That's what I need to know.
Where was the other orc?
I mean,
Wait.
so every time we like re-upped our whatever it was, whatever this hunger was, every time we did that, we went to Irvosk. We would
Yeah.
all gather around his tent, and he would come out with something. I don't
Mm.
remember what it is though. It's like
It's like it's hard to remember.
yeah, I still can't.
It has that same cloudedness as when you were under the spell.
Yeah,
That's it.
Like,
Yep.
we always had to go back to Irvosk. And it was like every every day or so, we would all gather around his tent, and maybe something would come from the woods or something.
What's this guy's name again?
Urvask, that's the chief of the wolves.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the item that may be corrupting your tribe or clan, I guess. I'm wondering if that may be because of this ritual. Maybe that item that he brings out got tainted.
But either way, it sounds like that's where we have to head.
I believe so.
Yeah. It's a great idea.
Okay.
I'm unfortunate to have to
I
say
mean-
this, but I think we have to head directly into the center of it.
That is the center of camp, essentially.
That's kind of what I would expect from a pack.
I mean, I can try to.
We could potentially go in there invisible, grab the item, and get out of there.
Oh, that's
You can still smell an invisible person, though.
That's true.
that's.
That's the only problem, is the smell.
I think that's causing trouble where there not necessarily isn't trouble.
It's fair.
I mean, we could start with like some BS diplomacy, if you would like.
Have Adam pull Yetis and start just talking to them.
Yeah.
Just maybe not
Be
to
honest,
that extent.
I actually have an idea. I was working on something this morning for you. Yeah, just a little bit of heraldry to announce you. I think I'm not a very good distraction right now, but Bruce, you're not a bad distraction.
That's true.
You're not a bad focal point. And if I give you a nice introduction, that might actually help you plead your case and get us in pretty close. You know, because like you're so interesting because you're a shapechanger. I'm a dirty little boy. So like, who wants to talk to me? I bet this Urvask would come out for you, and I can maybe try to give you the old alley-oop, you know? So, what is that? Who cares? I try to, like, assist you to get, like, closer in. I've been working on this thing. I think you're gonna like it. Just give me the high sign when you want me to, like, announce you, and I'll make you sound really cool.
I don't like the idea of that, except that sounds like a great idea, so.
Well, what don't you like?
I just don't like you trying to, I don't know, roll me up into this big high king blah blah blah. I'm just not comfortable with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you are kind of fulfilling the prophecy in one way or another. Not necessarily a king of it,
We all,
but
I mean, when we all met you, we thought you're totally the bear god's favorite baby. Like, look at you. You're the chosen one for sure.
in a joking
You really think I'm
way,
not going to give you crap about this for the rest of the time I am on this planet? You're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I never had that idea. Anyways, great idea.
Who is your god, by the way?
I don't know. I don't worship a god. Gods are...
Brian, who is your god?
Brian talked about Ridajigger? Jigger?
That's a cleaning company.
That's offensive.
We have been partial to Brito Jiger, the god of the earth.
Wasn't
Is that a boy god or a girl god?
A boy
is
god.
that the same god the Witch Wolves were talking about? Because they had an earth god.
I believe so.
Yes.
So the Witch Wolves and the Coldborn worship the same god?
No. So, DM talking now. No, so the Witch Wolves had the first, not all the Witch Wolves, but those two Witch Wolves had their first encounter with it when they encountered it with Bruce. But it was the same deity.
How do you spell that deity's name?
B-R-I-T-O-J-E-G-R.
Brito Giger.
Yep.
Brito Giger.
Pritogegr.
Jeger.
GR.
GR.
Cool. I mean, when we get found out,
Bonus points if anyone can figure out how I came up with that name. Some of you could maybe figure it out. If you've known me long enough, you might be able to figure it
Oh, come on, that's a challenge.
out.
so it'd be you two would be the ones that figure that one out.
And maybe me, but probably not.
And you have the potential.
I
Rex
do-
is probably the only one that, or is the only one at the disadvantage here, honestly.
I'm not even gonna try.
Rex, try rolling insight with disadvantage.
I do like how you ended it with several J's and a J with a consonant. It looks like an
It's a
ancient
J.
Scandinavian language that way.
Yeah.
That's fun. I was like, I know that's not actually a name, but it looks like a.
Right.
It looks
I
like
got
a
an 11 on my
Nordic
insight
name.
check.
Eric's
I thought I almost had it.
trying every.
Yeah.
If it ever comes to
Is
you,
it something in
I will give you
Skyrim?
something for it. Nope.
Okay.
But if you ever figure it out, I will give you something for it. I don't know what yet, but
I'm gonna wait till we stop chatting. We're all kind of just walking forward, and I kind of want to side up to Bruce, have a more private conversation with him. Are we done talking?
Would it be based on like another mythology? No,
I
I'm
was
just trying to-
totally sidetracked. No.
Okay.
So
Just
you're gonna talk to who?
Bruce.
Hey,
Hey.
what?
Hey, Bruce. Down here. Hi, Adam Ravenwood. Good to see you. Yeah, please don't step on me. How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
I'm along for the ride, my dude. You are, I mean, the chosen one. You just went through a bloody battle in a cave with a bunch of chains, and we just made it through the mountains, and you've got some sort of destiny thrust upon you. Let's not talk about me. Really, though, don't give me the fine. How are you?
I am overwhelmed, Adam.
I bet.
I have no. What's the word?
clue,
Um.
idea, thought.
Yeah.
I don't think you're in on this conversation. I'm trying to whisper.
I'm more giving them.
I don't know what I'm doing,
Yeah.
and I'm supposed to unite these clans and be as chief or something like that. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Adam. You've seen me try to talk to people.
Can I give you a bit of advice?
Yes.
Don't say too much. If you're not skilled or naturally talented at talking, the less you say, keep them wondering. You'll do fine.
So if I have a charisma of 0,
I don't know what that means, but I do know you don't have much charisma, so. Not that you're not a nice
Alright.
guy. But, I wanted to apologize.
for what?
Back in the cave with, what's his name? Jarrus. I underestimated him. I just want you to know I was taking it really seriously that we would get those people out of there alive. I didn't know who we were dealing with, and I delayed thinking I understood his strategy, and I, to be honest, didn't think he'd get so desperate to just start randomly killing, collateral damage. But it's not just collateral damage, it's kind of family for you. Yeah, I won't let that happen next time.
Thank you. Yeah.
I forgot.
You turn it up.
You have here for this whole group on many occasions. You are are the crutch. Our biggest support. So you may make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, as you may or may not know. And I appreciate you owning this,
I understand it.
Dang it.
but
It's all four brothers. I was trying to see.
okay, thank you.
B.R. Brian, T.O. Todd.
You should know. Ow!
J.E.
Stop!
There it is, yeah.
Stop!
I tried to make that work. I got it.
I just needed the spelling. I was like,
I
wait a
don't
minute.
get it,
That works. Yeah,
but
that's
I'm here for it. All right. Here's the thing: whenever all the pressure's on one person, it's kind of best when that person calls the shots. And you're not in charge of me, but if you you need something, I probably will not hesitate to ask right now. I mean, not hesitate to comply and help you out. Don't hesitate to ask. You got to lead.
Yeah, that's what I'm most concerned about.
Bruce, shrug it off. You're going to be fine.
So I did figure it out. It's all four names. The beginning two letters.
Cool. Can you act really like important and uninterested? Could you like put on that like when we get there? Can you like pretend like it's boring to you to be introduced and like just walk in like you are the coolest? Are you able to do that?
It'll make it look for team lead if I don't care that I'm a king or a thief.
Totally. Like act like you don't care. Walk in, calm as can be, don't change anything, looking straight ahead, kind of uninterested, not nervous. Just
I'm uninterested in being a king or uninterested in to help them.
uninterested in the randos watching you.
Yeah. Okay.
You're there for Urvask. Get into character. I'm gonna throw that ball up so you can slam dunk it. I don't know what that means, but I think it gives you the right impression. Right?
You're gonna throw me a ball in the middle of this talk?
It's symbolism. It's
an orb of symbolism.
maybe your kids will understand that one. I don't know. Just follow my lead. You're gonna be fine. Don't try too hard.
All right. Hey, thanks,
Bruce
Al.
has kids.
You're,
What?
I know
Bruce has
you're.
kids.
You will. All right, thanks, dude. You're doing great. Hey, I'll walk in a little bit in front of you. I'll be your sort of emissary.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. I take that one.
So we're following Aijan and Ajarl through the.
Okay. So Aijan and Ajar are, yes, they're heading through the woods.
I'm up front with them, like just a pace ahead of Bruce.
Can I use minor illusion to, like, in a state of perpetual casting, to carry a banner that looks really cool?
Hey, Bruce.
So long.
What's your tribe's
Bear
name?
banner.
The Coldborn.
The Coldborn. Is that all shape changers or just your tribe?
I think that's the Star Tribe.
Okay.
That is correct.
I feel very confident in that answer.
Yes, thus far you've learned that your tribe, anyone that's a skinwalker, that's a bear skinwalker, is referred to as a coldborn. And to the best of your knowledge, your tribe is that. Are the only coldborns. And then anyone that are skinwalkers and are wolves are called witch wolves. And to the best of your knowledge, That's this group right here.
See, it doesn't say the minor illusion can't be like moved, right?
Yeah, give me a moment. Let me I'll allow it.
Cool. So I create a banner that's kind of cold blue on white with a bear paw in the center. I call it a banner, but it's like one of those like tall. It's not like the streaming banner, but like a tall, like Game of Thrones type
Yeah, I
banner.
know what you're talking
And then
like the banner, like the stick to hold it up.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you have comments on it, but otherwise I'll just use this.
Looks sexy.
Awesome.
Cool.
Okay. So Aijan and Ajar start leading you through the woods, and it's actually a couple hours that you are walking through. And every once in a while, they just kind of look back and go, "Oh, we're sorry. We're actually pretty far. Like, the tribe's actually pretty far, pretty deep in the woods. It will take a few hours for us to get there.
It's fine.
Sorry if we gave the impression that it wasn't, but just to let you know, it will take us a while to get there."
And we've traveled further before.
We need to get some lunch.
Well, we just had breakfast, didn't we? Like a couple hours ago.
No.
Yes, but what about second breakfast?
Yeah, we have to. Oh, no.
What do you mean? You only eat like 3 times a day? That's ridiculous.
Do you guys eat more? I mean, we eat whenever we have food from the hunt to do so. We can hunt something right now if you want. We could go off and
You're hungry, and let's go. Let's
find something.
I have like 4 pieces of atom pie, like face first together and like wrapped up, but that's just for me. It's like I don't need whatever you put together.
I mean, if there's bamboo around here, I'm fine. But I haven't seen any bamboo so
If you
far.
want to stop and eat, we can do that. That's
Vegans,
fine.
am I right?
I didn't say I was only a vegan.
What?
I'm just more saying if I had bamboo, I'd be fine.
Find something? Yeah, we can do that. So you guys are stopping and hunting? Alright, give me a survival check.
This has turned into let's go save the witch wolves to let's go get lunch.
I'm eating
I'll
2
help.
of my pieces of atom pie that
I will also
they were
attempt to
packaged
help.
like
Kills
face.
them.
Yeah. Well, they were together, so I have to like pull them apart. But some of the
Yeah.
toppings end up on the other side, but you eat them together and it's fine.
What'd you get, Braden?
16.
16?
I'm looking at my survival.
Okay.
Plus 3.
Anybody
I got
else?
13.
13.
20.
20. Yeah, between primarily the two of you, so basically Midnight goes and ferrets out something, because, he's friends with the animals, and then Bruce just kills it. Bruce and the
That's like
bears.
Whole little family of rabbits, just
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah,
That's
there you
just
go.
like, well,
the
Bunch of
mom and the
rabbits.
babies.
can't win them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a bit older.
No, that was crazy. Can't
Yeah.
put them all.
Midnight goes out there and kind of starts talking to the animals, and in the way he does. Not that he actually can speak to animals.
He can't. Well,
But he does. He pretends like he can all the time.
I do have speak with animals as a spell, but I'm not using that right now.
No,
I was
no,
imagining-
you just go out there because you think you can, because you grew up
Yeah.
thinking you could.
I was imagining.
Well, he grew up with the spell probably, so he could speak to his animals, but he doesn't know that he has
All
to
the time,
subconsciously do that.
I was
So he
imagining
probably
outside of the spell,
subconsciously did that all the time.
you're like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls who think she can talk to squirrels. She walks to the squirrels and goes, cheep, 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 cheep. And like, they're like, Bubbles, you can't talk to squirrels.
Squeaker, squeak 'em.
Yes.
But like, when you do it, it works really well. Yeah, or Grump. Yeah.
Yep. But it works. It actually works. The rabbits come out. They're lulled into a false sense of security, and then they're descended upon by 6
Hungry
bear-like creatures who take them out.
I look at the ghastly form of Wesson and be like, "That's messed up, dude, right?" Weird. Oh yeah.
I feel like,
That's the best response you get from him.
well, they weren't my family. And I have eaten meat before. I'm not vegan.
So you guys roasting these up or eating them raw?
Oh, who's all eating? Does anyone need these cooked?
The witch wolves say, we'll just eat them raw.
I don't know if something like this cooked or not.
I could probably eat it raw, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to take that chance right now with, food from another continent. I've eaten raw things before. It's gone okay.
Is there like any history, Jarl, of like a rabies pandemic here in the forest? Never mind. I think you're safe. Don't worry about it.
Alright.
Alright.
No fire. Okay, that was the important question.
I could have made some fire.
Nah.
Don't want
Cooked up.
We're stinky enough. We don't need a fire.
Fair enough.
Um,
I can
okay,
make
so
sacred fire.
after murdering an innocent family of rabbits,
We got murder in before noon, you guys. This is gonna be a good day.
Ask who we were gonna murder.
by the way, that group of rabbits that you killed, they were actually the next adventuring party that was to come in a new campaign about
we killed the rabbit folk.
people who they're killed now. So something horrible.
We saved the. Oh, I see what you're referencing.
All right.
I know what you're referencing. I haven't watched that, but I know what you're referencing.
I don't know what I'm referencing. So.
Well, then never mind. I thought you were referencing something specific. I don't remember what it's called. It's like rabbits that like go to war or whatnot. There's like this whole movie about it. I don't know. Or like book series or.
Yeah, there are a bunch of stuff. You're talking about like Watership Down.
Yeah. That's what I was referencing. That's what I thought you were referencing. There we go. I was like, I don't hear the music.
It's there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Okay, so you guys continue on your journey. As you're going for about another hour, everyone give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
I assume you guys are just normally walking because nobody said anything otherwise.
No.
Bringard does not
Well,
see
I always have
midnight.
Wesson and Jarsis kind of keeping watch while we walk. Yeah, that's one of their jobs.
That's fine.
Midnight might see something.
23.
Oh wait, that's deception, not perception.
Oh, 20 for Smith.
I got a 21.
Nope. 13.
Oh no, if we're figuring out, you can have a D6 inspiration die.
Ooh, nice.
So Noah figured out what Brito Jigger is. It is, the name came from the first three letters, or first two letters.
First two letters.
First three letters of the first word,
the
of
first,
the first
yeah.
name, but then two of the next one, of myself and my brothers in descending order.
Descending
So
order.
my
I saw it and I was
almost
like,
there.
wait a
Brian,
minute.
Todd, Jeff, and Greg. So I took BRI.
Because I was trying to figure out how it would make like
It's funny, I
Krabok,
got
and then I was
to
like,
something similar,
wait a minute.
but with a total guess. I was like, I bet these are parts of people's names.
J-E-
I bet someone
G-R.
is a junior.
Mm.
So with totally incorrect
So
evidence.
GR at the end, not
It's
JR.
JR. You change it to JR. Oh, no, is it
No,
supposed
it's
to be?
GR.
Oh, it is JR. I just wrote it down wrong.
Yeah.
So I got completely lucky.
I even thought like BRI is like Brian,
I just
and
happened
for some
to
reason I
piece it
didn't
together
then
quickly 'cause
look
they're
at for
family.
Todd.
Yeah.
And if I'd have done that, it would have been gone.
You would have got
Dang it!
so close.
Sweet,
So, yeah.
D6 inspiration.
D6 inspiration,
Nice,
so you
bud.
can use that on a attack, saving throw.
Only for midnight or Bringard?
No, you can use it for either Midnight or Bringard. Since you're a
Good to know.
summoner, you could utilize it for either. I keep forgetting I can give out inspiration as a DM. I need to do that more often. It's fun to do.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, what were the rolls? 23,
21.
21,
20 and
20,
19.
and 19. Okay.
13.
Okay. If you were 20 and higher, you see / smell, whichever is your preference.
Look through time.
Look through time. Saw it before it came. several witch wolves on the perimeter, kind of stalking around you guys. Probably out about within the woods. I mean, you guys are in the thick of these trees at this point. It's a relatively thick forest, but you see them kind of stalking through the woods. Probably out a good 80 feet from you. Just kind of stalking through the woods around, kind of beginning to circle around you guys.
You said these are witch wolves?
That's what you can tell. They, from what they look like, they any glances that you do, anything that you see the head and the hands are manifest, but the rest of the body looks humanoid, which is slightly different than any werewolves that you may have seen. I don't know how many werewolves either of you've probably seen werewolves. Adam's probably seen werewolves, but the rest of you probably have not seen werewolves, but they would look different.
I will say I do need to clarify more of my backstory now that I've kind of formulated it more with you.
Yeah.
So I can do that later, like tomorrow or something.
In regards to those that are tracking via smell, they smell a lot more like Aijan and Arjar also.
I'm right behind Aijan. Aijan, your people are here. What do we do?
Oh, they've been here for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
We just keep walking.
All right.
Yes, and see what they do, I guess.
I mean, you gave the all clear sign.
Yeah, they're probably curious as to what's going on and just keeping watch, making sure nothing's
Here, change your banner
crazy.
to a
This
white
is
banner.
just the advanced scout.
Peace.
The fact that there's so many of them out there kind of worries me a little bit. Maybe they're a little leery of our response.
Our numbers.
Yeah. Yes. Sir.
Is there any sort of signal you could give right now to let them, like, again, kind of calm things down?
Too far down. We can try. Yeah, we'll try. I don't know. Our codes are kind of old. No. Just kidding. So he goes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. We'll do. You sure you want? You yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. And so he goes and Aijan goes ahead and gives out a short howl. And then it's silent. And then about 5 minutes later, there's another howl back from ahead of you guys. And Aijan looks at you and goes, well, I mean, it seems like the way is okay, that we were being told that we can proceed forward, and that we're being watched.
That's good.
That seems to be what's happening right now. Is they're not quite sure what's up with us, and even though we've told them things are okay and we're fine, they seem to not trust it.
That would make sense, given that you're coming back to the forest with the whole party.
Yeah, some of the things with us are kind of freaking them out a little bit.
Should I get rid of Bringard? I mean, I don't know if that'd help if they're already on edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably them and the things that look like death that are falling behind Smith are probably not helping
Yeah.
out. And the 5 Coldborn that are with us. I mean,
Really, just all of our party except you two, is what you're saying.
but I don't think that the child is much of a concern to them, or the half-orc is much of a concern to them.
Probably not.
But
Mm,
everything
probably
else is
not.
kind of freaking them out a little bit, putting them on edge.
That would make sense.
So I can guarantee that our presence is being that our company has been already told of to Ervosk, and he will be well informed by the time we get there.
Could I try and color one of the witch wolves to see if I can learn their code? Learn their howling code?
That doesn't. You can try, but you're not gonna. Nah, it's not.
It's not gonna do it. Okay. I wasn't sure if that's one of the things that I could do.
No.
Bummer. I wasn't sure if howling was
Well,
like one
just
of their...
keep going. I mean, this is what we're here for.
Okay. So you guys keep continuing on, heading towards the camp. As you guys move on, you guys are now more visibly seeing them out 60 feet from you. They're not trying to hide anymore. You see they have spears in hand as well, and they're kind of closing in on you from all sides now. They have fully circled around the back side of you guys at this point, cutting you off from the way that you came.
Waves to them.
Slowly bringing that circle in.
How thick is the canopy?
Fairly thick. I mean, it's
like, would I be able to fly a large creature?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can fly through it. It's
That's
now.
what I was wondering.
How many do you see? Probably in the upwards to a couple dozen at this point. And at this point too, your scent is picking up. Even if you're not in bear form of any kind, your scent is like a lot of you guys are picking up the fact that there's more ahead within the camp. Quite a bit more. So it smells more and more like wet dog as you get closer and closer. All right, so you guys continue forward. Like I said, basically they're kind of around you, kind of pushing you one direction. They basically kind of formed a U kind of around you, and are heading that, and then kind of continuing to close the gap. Within the next 10-20 minutes, you can see them behind you 30 feet out. So, I mean, you can see their faces at this point. They don't look like they're super happy about your guys' presence here. But eventually they lead you into a bit of an opening. You see a bunch of tents made of deer hide and different type of animal hides. Some that are built in the trees, some that are built on the grounds. There's a few spots where there's some caves that have been carved out, like little dens have been carved out into the ground and into like more of the rockier ground. They don't look like they'd be like deep caves. They look like they'd just be a small entrance and a little house, maybe a couple room, maybe a room or two in there. And they just kind of they stop, and standing before you is a fairly large, actually a large size. So he towers over Bruce. Wolf-looking man. He has a wolf head and wolf arms, and he steps forward and he says, he looks at Rajan and Nijarl, and he says, "What's going on? Who are these people?" And Nijarl, this is.
May I?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah, he'll explain the yes.
Adam walks forward and bows and says, Lords of the Forest, I present to you Bruce McGinnis, Coldborn of the House of Dar, first of his name, friend of the 4 tribes, protector of the 7 pubs, fosterer of the ageless, slayer of the great Kalar, resurrector of the unicorn, champion of the crystal dragon, chosen of Brito Giger, breaker of tankards. And I bow and I move to the side.
Presenting.
All right.
Unbelievables presents Bruce.
So,
An original story.
what's
I assume you are.
I'm still
the
bowing.
greater-
I'm just in a bowed position and moved aside for Bruce to be in front of this guy directly.
why are you here? Why are you in our woods?
I assume you are the Greater Vask.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Well, as my dear friend here has already said, my name is Bruce McGinnis. I am the chief of the Coldborn.
So you've come to kill us.
By
You
no
and
means
your-
we have.
I mean, you brought a pretty pathetic army if you did.
This was to ensure that we got down the mountain. We came from a cave.
Compared to your vast numbers, I have to agree. This would be quite a miserable army to bring to kill you. But that's not our purpose here.
I'm listening. What's your purpose?
I will follow the advice of a good friend of mine and choose not to speak too much. But ultimately, I'm here to unite our clans as allies, no longer enemies.
Really? Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to, as I'm bowing in front of him, and I like barely touch him to give him guidance.
There you go.
And also, I'm going to give you an. Actually, I can wait till after you roll.
Yeah, same here.
So I'll give you guidance.
It's a D4, right?
Thank you for the advantage.
What's your
That
natural
is-
number?
My natural, without the guidance, is a 13.
Take an 18 for my portent instead.
Perfect. So that's a dirty 20.
Okay.
And then with the guidance too?
Yes.
So another +4.
Or
So
a D4, you mean?
24.
+4?
+4.
Ooh.
His medallion glows a little faintly.
Hold on, do I have
So-
anything? No.
You're
Saves.
uniting the clans. Is that what I'm to believe and understand?
That is the point I'm trying to make, yes.
Do you understand the history behind all of this? Do you understand the hatred and how deep it runs?
I understand that there is a juvenile, how do you say, bad blood between our clan. But I have seen no reason why our clans can't get over ourselves and unite as skinwalkers to be allies and support each other.
And what would you do with this alliance, this unity?
I don't really have a goal in mind. There's not really a purpose necessarily other than to have allies that we can rely on
For
in
what?
the future, and for you to rely on in the future.
For what?
It's better to have friends than enemies.
We've been fine where we're at.
That's not what your friends Aijan and Ajarl would be able to say.
They know nothing.
Then what do you know?
More than you do. More than they do.
And I'm asking you to explain what it is you know.
We are fine where we're at here. And I don't understand why you're coming in here wanting to be friends or whatever it is that you want to be. Allies or something. What? I don't know. And with that, as he says that, you hear another voice behind him, much larger, much deeper, stepping out from the woods. Enough. And you see there are two large witch wolves farther back, and you see a bigger one just kind of pushes, huge paws just push him off to the side as he comes hulking out. He's clawing, he's coming more on all four legs, all four limbs. His legs look more like a wolf, his hands and his arms more like a wolf, and he just kind of like hulks out towards you and looks and says,
Ah,
"All right, I've heard enough. Go away. All right, so what are you? You're not just Coldborn. You're not just the chief. There's more to you, right?
Midnight whispers
There,
over. Midnight whispers
Who's
over to Bruce.
I think he's talking about the bear.
And he stands up full height. He's large. He's probably 15 feet tall, big muscular guy. Wolf looking, very werewolf looking. Like I said, he's basically almost fully manifest as a hybrid type werewolf kind of thing. Urvask, I'm asking.
Well, thank you for actually gracing us with your presence instead of sending your whatever he is.
Let's call him an emissary. Let's call him a face. Let's call him a tool. Let's call him a whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, let's go with Tool. I like Tool.
I like Tool too. All right, at least we agree on something.
And he kind of like looks at that one, and that one kind of, that one's a big one too. He's bigger than you, but he kind of backs down and kind of gives us sheepish look and kind of cowers back.
Are they elven, like the big ones still, from what we can tell?
You haven't seen anything other than they're all
Okay.
manifesting their wolf and
They're manifesting the
qualities.
head as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can tell.
yeah.
I don't mean to get into any sort of pissing contest here, friend, but I'll raise my hand and I'll change it into the bear, just my right hand, bear form, and I'll extend it forward slowly to shake his hand. Just as a greeting, my friend.
Fair enough. He goes and he shakes your hand. And then he steps back. And he kind of as he shakes your hand, he kind of
It's nice, isn't it?
There's something to you. Spill it.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people have said.
You probably should show him, given we kind of owe it to them. We are in their territory.
Again, Arvask, I'm not trying to show off. I'm not trying to exert any dominance. But I do want you to know who I am and what the prophecies have said. So, I'll take a slight step back and I will transform into the full bear.
Okay. As you do that, he kind of staggers back a little bit and goes, "All right, I see my time has come. So how you want to do this? Me and you? Your people, my people? How you want to do this?"
What, hold on. Slow down. What are you trying to do here?
You come to take over.
That's not at all the case.
That's how we do it.
And he pounds a tree next to him, and it's just like the bark shatters.
That's how we do it. You want
Is that
an
how-
alliance? You take me. I'm the king here. You want to be the king? I'm the king here. No one else is the king. How you want to do this?
Arvask, I'm not trying to take your kingship. I'm not trying to take over your clan. I just want our clans to work together
For what?
and stop bickering and stop this infighting. This is ridiculous. I want to talk like men, like skinwalkers.
This
And
is
not
how we
fight.
talk. We fight. You
So
want this
you and
clan?
I,
You and I. Let's do it.
what if you keep your clan and your clan works with my clan? And we work together and we help each other.
To do what?
I don't know, you have a
You want us to move where you are? You want us to let your people in?
I don't know what Brita Jigger wants.
As you say Brito Jigger, you can see him actually kind of visibly like pull back a little bit and kind of give you a look like he was not happy about. A little bit of a snarl comes out of his mouth.
I'm here to fulfill prophecy. And if it means you and I have to fight, or some of your men have to fight my men, then so be it. Arvask, I'm not going to stand here and keep mouthing off. This is a waste of both of our times. So what do you want?
Tell you what. How about a drink?
That sounds like a good start.
He reaches for a horn on the side of him and he pulls it out. Will you drink?
I'll take it. And I will sniff it a little bit.
It doesn't smell like anything you've ever smelled before. Not any type of alcohol or anything like that. It doesn't really smell like a beverage at all.
Does it smell bad or good?
It smells devoid of really much of anything.
It's a fart.
Guys, don't say anything. He's gonna drink it.
He's drinking farts.
It's not a fart.
Brian's in the back. I've had fart before. It's not bad. It's not good either.
The cap is still on it too. There's a cap and it's still on it at this point.
That might also
I will
take notes.
pop that cap up.
Okay. As you pop that up, a dark cloud comes forth out of that. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Natural 20
Whoa!
for 23.
Nice. You hear a whisper in your mind. Join me. Just join me. Lay down your arms and join me.
Is it? I don't hear it.
Give me a history check.
This'll go well.
It's okay.
Ooh, 16.
It's not that far of a history to check, so that's why it's okay. The voice sounds familiar. The voice sounds like one that's once tried to entice your group before. Within the Badger dungeon. But you push it out of your head.
I'm sorry, Avask. I'm just not thirsty right now. And I'll drop it on the ground and I'll stomp on it.
Yeah! Alpha move. Love it.
Give me an attack.
An attack.
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm
He's
both.
gonna look real stupid.
I'm both.
I missed. Natural one.
Ow, my ankle.
I stepped on the sharp part of the horn.
That's 19 for a 28.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I wish he had not taken the
Less
horn
concerned
from
about
Ross
you
and said,
hitting
"No,
and more
you
about
drink
the
and
damage.
handed
But
him."
if you rolled
his
a 1, it would have been
power.
bad.
For 5 bludgeoning damage?
Okay. As you slam your foot on this thing, it doesn't really seem to do much to it. Doesn't bend it. Doesn't do anything. It just kind of grinds it into the ground. Irvas just kind of looks and goes, "Okay then," and he just steps forward, picks it back up, puts the cap on it, puts it back on the side.
I see you don't want our gift then. If you don't want our gift, then I don't know that you want us.
Look, that's not a gift. That's a curse.
You don't know what it is.
You know, yeah.
That's true. I know. Midnight doesn't say that. Never mind.
At this point, I do actually kind of whisper back really quick or quietly speak back at you guys
Sire.
and say, I will tell you guys that this is the voice that I heard. So that you know maybe what we're dealing with.
The voice of the fart.
I've heard that voice before.
He hears the calling.
Adam lets out a little.
So are we doing this?
I don't know. Are you
Yeah,
challenged?
well, am I challenging you? You've been challenging me this whole time.
Do you want this? Do you want this tribe?
Gosh,
You want this tribe? You go through me. If you don't want the tribe, then just leave the woods.
hit me. Just hit me now.
So that's what we're doing. Just hit you right now.
Yeah, hit me.
All right. I guess that's what we're doing. So he's going to strike you, I guess.
I'm doing something right when he attacks.
Ooh. I feel like it'd be funny if we teleport. Like, it takes too long. But I feel like it'd be funny if we teleport. Or we teleportation circle him to, what's his name? Asodia.
Or he's going to try.
That takes me a whole minute.
Yeah, it takes a whole minute though.
Wow, 11 is not going to hit you at
He's
all.
drunk on Shadow Cloud.
He goes and you just see a big, huge claw swipe across right at your face, at the front of your face. And you just kind of step back.
Yeah. Come on. Try again.
I mean, you really want this, right?
I said that before and you tried it and it didn't work. Try it again.
Now this time it's a natural 20. So this time he goes, as you're talking, he just with the other, so one hand swipes across, the other hand just comes in and right at the gut.
Oof.
I like to imagine that, like, mid-sentence, Bruce, as you're kind of smack talking
I
that
animate
first
it.
one, he...
Yeah, if I animate this, that's how it's gonna be.
Oh, is that all you... No below the belt!
Bears don't have belts.
They have
Wasn't there a running joke about, like, bear balls for a while? Bear
bits.
bits, yeah.
Okay, so you take
Not in the bear bits.
a total of 39 points of damage.
Total of 39 points of damage.
Yikes.
Some of it's psychic.
But that's great.
I don't think that matters to you, but if you need that breakdown at all, let me know.
Right now,
It's always good to know. I'm so glad though that I upped Brengard and what he's upped in now.
We'll throw,
Was,
I think Brengard is our best tool to take out that horn.
throw him. Oh, I don't have.
There's...
Look at him. He's huge.
Yeah, he is.
better shot, Vosk. Very good shot.
Is he a pure black
Actually, no,
wolf?
I don't want
or-
to do it just yet. I'm gonna wait.
You're full size. You're large size, right? When I.
I am large, yeah.
He's fair.
So yeah, you've actually. He still towers over. He's still taller than you, but you're at least not
He's not tiny.
tiny compared to him. You can respond.
Alright, Avask. If this is what it is, then I have to ask you something.
Do I have a message?
Where can I find your wolf bits? And I punch him right in the beans.
All right.
Bring back the check.
Right in the beans.
Take some action to cast.
Natural 18, 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
moment.
Now I know what I'm doing on my turn. Now that we all have been told by Bruce what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a reason why Britengard is the way he is now. I had a feeling.
Oh. I might be trying to do the same thing. We'll see.
And yours count as magical, right?
Whatever the weird thing is. It's,
Okay. We're good.
So that was first attack.
It's magical.
I will
It's magical.
use my second attack. I'm gonna try to uppercut him. Uppercut him. Uppercut him.
I just made that up. It's
It's the new phrase now. Just like we have Adam Class, we have upper punches.
Not good. That's a 13 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. And I'll bonus action rage and I'll roar in his face.
Okay.
Can I take a action while that's happening? Or are we in initiative?
We're gonna go into initiative now.
Okay.
Like, come on.
So everyone, go ahead and
Big
roll me
D20,
initiative.
you're better than the metal D20.
Yes! It works every time!
Yeah.
Take that metal D20. You are being retired for now.
Yeah, I've stopped using my big D20 and I've been using this little one.
I'm using
Definitely
this-
rolls better.
This one rolls better.
That rolls
Last
good.
game it was working better as well. So apparently when one gets bad, I need to retire the other one. Or
Yeah.
retire that one for a time being and bring in the other one. So 23.
Oh, me too.
Come on, D20.
Who's
Give me
more
another
dexterous?
20.
I got
Are
a
you
natural
dexterous?
20.
You got a natural 20,
No.
you got a +3.
I have the mode of time that can help
Oh.
me. I have advantage on initiative.
Initiative.
And I have the mode of time and a +1 on dexterity. So I got a 2 for the mode of time
Yeah.
and +1 with a natural 20.
All right, Smith, what'd you get?
12.
Bruce.
11.
Midnight.
23.
Adam.
23.
Okay.
I don't want to waste my inspiration. That'd be really funny to just add a D6. but I don't wanna waste it.
Midnight.
I should have wasted my inspiration.
We're really going to
Bruce, you're 4.
We're both
Yeah.
We're both 1.5.
Yeah, exactly.
Split the
I have a
difference.
plan for what I'm going to do. I think Britengard is our best
Okay.
option for taking out.
Let me get some peeps out here on the map.
Planning on doing.
We might. That might like ruin the duel they're having if anyone else.
It might ruin the duel.
So they may
but-
hold off.
Well, I'm thinking if I can message Bruce, because I've got this cantrip message. I can message Bruce to grab the horn and throw it, as if like collateral damage, whatever. And then I can have Britengard catch it and destroy it.
Adam, do you have a mini?
I have.
Right here.
Oh, I thought that was So where's Midnight?
I was.
Right here.
Oh, right there.
I was like really close.
I would actually probably be closer to Britengard there.
Can I grab this mini and look at it?
Yeah.
This guy is crazy. I like that. This is how
I'm gonna
gross
put it
like bodybuilders at 1% body fat look to me.
Yeah.
Don't they look disgusting?
Yeah.
They look like this. I'm like, congratulations, you've become monstrous.
Yeah.
You feel terrible, you're unhealthy, and you look scary, and you want a ribbon or something. And you can't do any sports.
Mm-hmm. And when you're not in peak performance, you look slobber.
Yeah.
It's kind of slobby. Slobby? What's the word I'm looking for?
Sure.
Slovenly?
Slovenly? Yeah.
Slavish.
Slobbish?
No, that's racist. No.
Slavic.
That's too close to Slavic.
You look Russian.
Everybody's Russian. All right.
Ukraine no weak.
Let me hit you up with a photo so that you have the initial.
Well,
Yeah, I think the sense that I don't want to say it out loud, I guess. But this seems to have the feel of like a one-on-one duel. Like the rest of the wolves aren't starting to
Aren't
look
starting to fight, yeah.
any more aggressive, are they?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna throw it in our group chat. That may or may not help. I think that's upside down too. Let me try a better angle here.
You can just flip the photo.
That's weird. The music just stopped. It's right
It's
on.
because it cuts out.
No,
right at
it's
the end.
been looping though.
Odd.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a couple versions of it.
Well, thank you.
That's right. So the music, by the way, that we're listening to tonight is all composed by Noah.
Nice.
It's terrible. I hate it.
Somebody had to say
Well,
it.
guess
Yeah.
I'll put it on YouTube.
It's fun.
Ah.
I'm just kidding. I still want to put it on YouTube.
All right. So top of the order, we have Adam.
I'm going to be kind of in the middle of our group and pull out of my bag the Scroll of Bless.
Okay.
Which I had from a long time ago, and I'm going to cast Bless on myself, Bruce, and Midnight.
Sweet.
So for the next
What
minute,
does it
anytime you roll a saving throw or an attack roll, you get to add a d4.
Attack roll. That
Or
would've been
saving
better.
throw.
That would have been better on Bringard. That's alright.
I was thinking the most vulnerable two people
Fair.
physically, and the person who really needs to
And
do
the
all the
person who-
fighting. So you
that's
get
fair.
any attack. Whenever you make an attack. So if you make several attacks a turn, each of them can get a d4.
Awesome.
And do I want to go ahead and do that? No, not yet. I will. That is the end of my turn. And that scroll is gone. I've had it for like 2 years in our real time.
Nice.
Wow.
Was that back from, no. Because you weren't part of Unbelievables back then. You weren't part of Unbelievable Session 2. I was
It was
thinking
like
Session 2.
literally from session 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Like 2019 is how long I've had
Yeah.
this scroll plus.
Okay. 2, Midnight. Midnight, as you start your turn, I want you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, great.
You have a d4 to add to that.
I do have a d4 to add to that. It was going to fall off the edge.
You stopped it with your hand too.
Yeah, I did kind of stop it with my
I wouldn't
fingers.
count it.
That's
That
better.
was so much better.
That's better.
It's
It's not
about
great.
to roll to the 20 though, which is depressing.
Yeah, that is really annoying. If I get bad enough on this, I guess that's where my inspiration's gone. Can I add inspiration after? Well, I guess 10 wouldn't be enough, right?
Correct.
Usually 10. Okay, I'm adding my inspiration.
Big 6. Oh, very good.
You have no bonuses, huh? To wisdom.
I do. I forgot about my bonus. I've got a +2, but I figured 12 would not be enough.
Yeah.
Probably not, but 18 will be enough.
Very
Sweet.
nice.
So, you guys all see.
You're getting retired. You've rolled me a few d20s.
You guys all see
That's right. I'm
him
giving my
kind
metal
of,
one a chance.
Voss kind of begin to exude a,
Musk.
a kind of, I don't know how to describe.
A manly scent.
Yeah. You
Shadow.
see from Midnight, for a moment there, you see like he wants to just almost murder everything in sight, and then he
That's what I
comes
thought.
back to his senses.
Midnight does? Or-
Yep.
Not this again.
Midnight out.
Same.
Bringard is
Give
a man.
Bringard needs a wisdom saving throw as well.
I thought Bringard would be immune being radiant. Radiant based. And
But
actually,
you see, like,
wait, hold on. What's
as you
Bringard's
kind of see this happen, it
resistance?
seems to emanate from Urvosk himself. That's causing this.
Well, I've got a resistance of some sort. Let me see what it is. Oh, I thought I had resistance. Maybe I got rid of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess I got rid of it. Bummer. I rolled the wrong d20. That is not going to be much. 8.
8.
Bringard's going away.
Okay. Bringard is overcome with a bloodlust and attacks the nearest thing to him,
Which is midnight.
which is midnight. So, I will give, in this scenario, because of the nature of your
I know what's...
relationship and because of what's going on here and things that I know, you have the opportunity to
put the
potentially overpower Bringard's
Oh.
bloodlust. So I will give you a charisma check.
Yes! Not using you this time. You failed me enough. Doing the metal. Which may be a mistake. Why do I need to look at my charisma? I know what my charisma is.
Yeah.
You feeling the metal? Is that what it is?
15. Oh, wait. Plus d4. 19.
So Bringard begins to move forward with whatever attack he was about to.
Which probably would have
Claws
been
or whatever.
claws.
And as he kind of rears up to go get you, you look directly in his eyes, and he has that moment of like, yep, you're the master. That's right. And he snaps out of it.
Midnight's the alpha over him.
So Urvask is seeing all this, and you guys visibly see Urvask kind of taken aback, like, that was weird. The way that just happened was strange to him.
He didn't expect both of us to be immune to that. But he hasn't fought a radiant creature yet. Alright, I'm gonna cast...
No, for you know, because of your bond, you know that that Bringard was going to full out attack you. Just take a full attack action on you. He had every intention of just harming you.
I'm gonna cast...
Something got in his, something messed with him.
Fart went in his nose. Alright, I'm gonna cast message to Bruce and say, if you can get the Horned Bringard, I think Bringard is our best shot at destroying that thing. Bringard has magical properties that can overwhelm shadows. And I'm gonna actually get on top of Bringard now.
Okay.
And that's it.
3.
Actually, I'll ready an action for Bringard to catch it.
So you need a wisdom saving throw. For Smith. And I assume Weston's immune to charms,
Weston and all.
effects,
You
and stuff
know,
like that.
it doesn't specifically say that.
Oh, I thought it
That he
did.
needs one as well.
Yeah.
I thought it did somewhere.
He's immune to some other.
It doesn't say it in his card,
Okay.
but I don't know if it's in the broader text. I don't recall. I mean, I don't think so.
Okay.
I thought we had one instance.
There was
but maybe
something he
not.
was immune to.
Yeah.
There was
Exhaustion. That's it.
Exhaustion.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
that's right. Because you're like, hey, doesn't need to sleep.
Yeah. All right. Wisdom. With bless.
I didn't give it to you.
Oh,
I gave it to Midnight Adam and Bruce.
I'll give myself a +4 on that. For 16.
You are overcome with bloodlust and turn and attack Weston.
Oh wait, so I wouldn't have given myself for the +4 if it wouldn't have worked, because I think that's how it works, right? I can know the outcome. Oh no, I knew I failed. I'd use the +4 and still fail, so I would still use it. Okay, so now I'm in kill mode.
So you take an attack action.
Well, that...
Take the attack action
And I can't help because I already used magic.
and just make one melee attack against a creature that's close to you.
And of course, that rolls well. I don't even need bless on that. Oh, I don't have bless.
Don't add less.
Okay, so... It's
He's
taking too
attacking
long.
Wesson. Like,
7 damage
play,
to Wesson.
like if we get him back to his sense, we could play it off as like, oh, Wesson was misbehaving.
Yeah, you guys just see Smith just turn around and just
And
smack
Wesson
Wesson.
fails as well.
Okay. So give me a D4 roll. 1 and 2 he hits Adam. 3 and 4 he hits Smith.
Oh, okay. 3.
Okay, so he retaliates. So you guys just see a retaliation happening.
And he misses.
Okay. And does pathetically.
Wait, yeah, he misses.
The glaive is giving him a +1 to attack if he's utilizing that.
Yeah.
So,
But he also is in close. Can you use a reach weapon in close?
you can, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
3-5 has that issue, but I don't think this one does.
Yeah.
So.
I
Okay.
block it.
You still have your move and your bonus actions that you can utilize, but your action was taken up by.
So all that does is take up my action. It doesn't
Correct.
change anything else about my judgment.
Correct. Yeah, you kind of you do that attack and then you shake off and you're like, what just happened, kind of thing.
Dang. I wanted an action. I don't think there's any benefit to doing this.
By the way, Brayden, north is still towards me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Hexblade's Curse on. No, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm done.
Okay. 4. So that'd be Bruce. So you're largely caught up with what's in front of you. You can give me a perception check to see if you notice the stuff that happened behind you.
He also did get my message as well.
That's true.
Sure.
Yes, you did
Yeah.
get the message, but
Oh, the 14 for perception.
yeah, you do notice. You hear behind you the sound of Smith clocking Wesson, and then Wesson kind of like trying to stab back at him. Oops, that's not.
We'll do midnight. I yell out before I start ragefully attacking.
Alrighty.
I wish you could communicate back through message.
First attack with my right claw. Mm, 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
Woof. 8 slashing damage. Second claw attack with my left is 27 to hit.
That'll hit.
Woof. Jeevers. Creepers. 7 slashing damage.
Okay, doke.
And then I'll use my bonus action to bite at his snout. Uh, 25 to hit.
You're using that D4 every time, right?
Yeah.
That hits.
Good bear.
That's
I wish I could do better. 11 piercing damage.
I mean, it's like a 20% swing.
And then I will use my reaction to attack again.
Okay, doke.
A bunch to hit. This would be a second bite. I'm kind of doubling down on this bite. And plus, I'm going to add a smash into this. I'm going to really dig into it. 18. Piercing.
All right. So basically, these two titans of people are locked face to face, going at it. Bear is like bare face right in that wolf on the snout, just chomping down on his face. Urvosk is just as much as he can, but he's got his nose locked in your mouth basically right now. Unofficially, you're not really grappling or anything, but
Yeah.
flavor wise, you guys are basically just face to face at this point. All right.
Can I move?
Yeah, go for it. You wanted to
and-
move on your turn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't want to hold things up, but can I cast a far step as a bonus action?
Yep.
I can't imagine it would have changed anything. So I'll just move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and far step to here. And I'll have Wesson back up as well. Back up here with Jarsus.
Okay.
And if they whack anyone, he whacks dresses.
Yeah. Jarsus is expendable.
Oh, he's meant to be expendable. Bring him back more beat up every single time.
Okay. Loading. Oh,
How's the music though?
I like it.
It's cool. It's fun.
Was it Midnight called it there with the
These are more witch wolves, even though they look like gnolls and other things.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Oh, so you guys
Not that
camping
one.
too?
It's falling over.
If everyone else dies, Midnight will not hesitate.
It's that sickly gnoll.
Where's that sickly?
All right, so the wolves kind of push in towards you guys, witch wolves, but they keep their distance. You notice that some probably could have moved up a little farther, but they kept their they kept about a 5-foot distance as based off of what they could have moved.
Unfortunately, I have a feeling that Horn isn't the only thing that spirit is within. I have a feeling it's got some other patron, if you kind of know what I mean.
I don't know.
Like out of character, I'm wondering if perhaps Urvosk is sort of like the earth element in this instance.
Get back on there.
Jeez, you're not gonna midnight to the ground?
Yeah, I keep forgetting there's a die on these guys.
Fucking midnight to the ground, not gonna dice off people. We also got a decent spread for where we are.
All right, and then I need breathing back for this next part. Actually,
Ah, speaking
Okay.
of,
everyone Everyone give me a wisdom saving throw.
Including Bringard.
Yes.
Do it. Can I do
Nice.
the same thing as before if he fails?
We'll see.
Alright. Okay.
These guys too.
Yeah.
23.
You're fine.
22 for Smith.
19.
You're fine.
14 for Wesson.
That's not gonna matter then.
And
17 for Bringard and like 6 for Midnight. Midnight.
Ooh.
Not succeed.
Jarsus failed.
Okay.
Rallick also
Anyone-
failed.
Anyone who's a 17 or who's under a 17 is charmed for 1 hour.
Midnight's trying to Bringard's fine.
Your speed is 0.
That- So glad that was Midnight, not Bringard.
And you will not attack Urvosk.
That's fine. Don't need to attack Urvosk. I can
Doesn't
attack
mean you won't
someone
attack other things, but so yeah, your speed is 0, and you won't attack Urvosk.
Alright, Midnight will not move, which is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Midnight has become a sentry turret with his lightning shot dagger. And his crossbow.
Then Urvosk is going to go ahead and claw at Bruce. He fails on the first one. And then a 21 on the second one. I believe that'll hit you, right?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, 24 points of damage. And you see Urvosk physically get better as some of that damage sucks the life out of you.
You said 20, how many?
24. Yeah, 24.
I took some
I,
healing spells this round.
Transform back into my human form. What kind of damage was it?
Most of it was piercing. 14 of it was psychic.
Okay.
Okay. It is now back top of the order.
Can I tell the source of the charm that just went out around me?
Mhm.
Can I tell where it came from? Is
Yeah.
it coming from Ravask, the
Yeah.
person?
Yes.
Okay. Can I try an Arcana check to see if if a dispel magic would affect that?
Ooh.
Okay.
If Dispel magic affects that, Midnight is back and can attack
Hey,
her
Corey?
if needed.
Now, he's not really much
I'm
of
gonna
an
take my
attack.
other portent.
Big guy. Kinda.
17.
Midnight himself is more of a
Vote into
support.
that. Got a
Bringard's the
dirty
attack with the
19
big guy.
right now.
Which Midnight
Turn that into
stuck
a
on Bringard.
dirty 22.
Which that works well. I'm glad I got him Bringard.
Yeah.
So you're asking if dispel magic?
Yeah. I guess I want to know,
You have something.
I have I have counterspell and dispel magic.
So counterspell's not going to, but
Because it's not, but it does say in dispel magic you can,
Suppress like magical effects.
the wording on that is you target a creature, an object, or a magical effect within range. So since it says magical effect, I don't know if that
I
means
would
it can.
think.
yes,
Well,
you
it's-
think so. You don't think it will happen just by targeting it.
What do you mean?
It will require a check.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it totally would require a check.
But yes, you think.
In that check, do I know that it's coming from his flagon of the thing he tried to get? It's coming from him.
It's going
Okay.
That's
Then
What I suspected. Out of character. Midnight thinks it's the flagon, but
who got
out of
charmed?
character,
I did. Midnight did.
Wesson and Jarsus.
I bet he has more than
And
one of
Relic.
those, but I feel like we need a lot of us in
Midnight's fine staying out.
I'm going to
I would say try and
try
dispel
to
from him.
dispel magic on that. So I would do a spell. So I would roll a d20 plus my spell casting.
Like knowing from past fights,
Not my
you would
attack
know that
bonus.
Midnight, as long as he's on the back of Brigard, he's fine.
Let's just hit on this guy.
Make an ability check with your spell casting ability. So I would just use charisma.
Yep.
Right. So d20.
What's your charisma? Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to use my human charisma to get advantage and roll again. Wow. Barely better. 5. That's never going to happen.
Does fall damage apply to
Yeah,
horns?
13.
I'm curious now, actually, if that... 'cause if that
Yeah.
applies, that's crazy.
Alright.
Yeah, you attempt to push out magical energy. You attempt to essentially reform time around those guys as if that never happened, and you can't quite get your mojo working to do it.
Was that an ability check?
Yes, technically.
Is it?
Yeah.
Would a +4 help?
I'd get to 17.
What did you? What? Oh, you got 13.
Uh-huh.
With your plus
Yeah,
4
let's
from
let's throw a
your-
+4 on there.
From your bless.
A bless is just for saving throws and attacks,
Okay.
not abilities. So I got to 17.
Okay. So then, time does
Okay.
rewind, and suddenly,
Good looking out.
you guys are like,
Midnight's back.
"Oh, we're fine,"
All right.
like it never even happened.
So, and that was my action.
Okay.
Bonus action cast
17 is
Sanctuary on
enough, good
myself.
to know.
Okay.
That was dispel magic, you said?
Oh, do we have those little fun little tags?
We don't.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh.
I'll remember.
They're there. Jeez. Someone had to get COVID, though. Wasn't me this time. I didn't have it last time.
All right. That was you. So 2.
No.
Oh, I do have dispel. Or wait.
Oh, your peeps are
Yeah,
fine
I do
now.
have dispel magic.
Midnight's fine. He's not
Midnight's gonna get ready to... He's gonna ready his action to catch the horn.
Let me see real quick.
If
Where is it? Where's the horn at?
it's currently on Arbosk, but he messaged Bruce.
Give me a wisdom save for both you and Bring Guard.
It's gotta be. With plus 4 for Midnight. 17. Oh wait, plus 2. Plus 3, so 20. 30, 20 for Midnight. And then for Bringard. No! Bringard bad. Bad dragon thing. That's gonna suck.
What do you get?
Can I... Hold on. Because I might be able to help. I rolled a 4. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get him to... With anything I would do. Resistance wouldn't help. Clearly we should have put the saving throw bonus on Bringard.
I guess.
So yeah, Bringard.
Okay.
Is-
Give me another charisma check.
I don't trust this. You're retired for now.
Did you roll
Rolled a 4.
a 1?
Hold on. Resistance wouldn't help with that, I don't think. Guidance... I don't have guidance. This angers me. Do I
It is
have
not saving
anything?
throws.
Yeah. Don't know that I have anything that would help.
This is
Plus
forcing
5.
your will upon him.
Yeah.
Okay.
so-
So Bringard will take the attack action. Does he have reach?
yes, he does. He has a 5-foot reach.
Just 5.
Yeah.
It's 10 total?
Well,
or?
10,
10.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
5-foot reach.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
so
whoops.
give a
Five,
1 and 1, 2. So give a D4 roll. 1 and 2 he hits Wesson. 3, 4 he hits Midnight.
Go for Midnight. 4.
Midnight. Okay.
It's
so
fine.
he attacks
Midnight can handle that
with an attack action.
with 1 attack action.
Yep.
Okay.
Just 1 melee attack.
1 melee attack. Okay, that's
it takes
that's
his-
important.
Action.
Okay. He's gonna go with the bite because Midnight is on top of him. He's not gonna try and reach up with his claws. Why do you roll well when I don't
Natural
want?
20.
It's an 18.
They roll a natural 20. I was like, ouch.
You're fired permanently. At least for the night.
So, again, he's filled with a lust, a bloodlust, and
And how much damage?
reaches up and bites his owner. For a moment there, as you look at his eyes, there's almost a hesitancy, but then he just goes for it.
Please suck. Wait, hold on. No. Going with the sucky dice. Strategizing this as much as I can. Still gonna roll an 8. Okay. Well, that's the halfway point. That probably would have been better than the other one. Okay, so 4 plus. I'm assuming it's a melee attack, right?
Yes.
Okay, I was curious because I could try and give him this range. 4 plus 4 is 8 damage. He just bites up. Midnight kind of like pulls back on him though, so that only takes his attack action.
His full action is like his action is done.
Okay.
His standard action
Yeah.
is done, but
But I can still move him.
you still have move and a bonus.
Okay.
So if you had other attacks, he doesn't do them, and he also can't.
And then Midnight now, that kind of put a garbage in my plan. Midnight's going to get ready to catch it. Catch the flask.
Oh, okay.
Ready his action to catch the flask.
Okay.
Bringard can no longer ready his action because he doesn't have the dang thing.
Okay.
I'm assuming a bonus action is not a catch, correct? But he can't ready a bonus
yeah, no,
action.
you can't.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Smith.
Wisdom save.
Let me see.
Trying to be 30 feet away. I don't know if.
Oh yeah, how close am
Oh,
I?
yes.
That's another fail.
Move back by one more. 30 from Bruce, but not 30.
Yeah, I can't make that a win.
You have reach, right?
I do. I don't have it set up that way right now, but I think I can switch it, right?
Yep.
Pretty easily.
Yep.
So, yeah, we'll do. So,
Bringard is the only thing.
Bringard or Midnight?
Bringard.
Yeah, give me
It would have to be
a
Bringard.
roll. 1, 2.
Midnight's up
1, 2, it's
on top of
midnight. 3,
Bringard.
4, it's Bringard.
Okay.
Midnight's like 10
Bringard.
feet up. On
He's
top
got
of
reach on
Bringard.
it.
Would that reach up and
Yeah,
away?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure because Bringard's
20 to hit.
10, 11 feet tall.
This is against who?
Bringard,
20 on Bringard.
Oh, that hits.
12 damage.
Alright, that's fine. That's
See,
nothing.
you see him switch up his grip and just take a one-handed
Bringard
swing.
kind
at
of
it.
just like
Yeah.
eyes you a little bit. Kind of looks down at you. See his claws kind of glow
Then
with
you
that
have
radiant
your
energy a little
move
bit more.
bonus.
Yeah. I'm just going to wait.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? This time, I'm going to step back 5 feet. I'm going to step back 15 feet.
Then Wesson and
I don't like that.
Garces.
I prefer
They
to
don't
Bringard,
have
honestly.
to make any saves.
All right. They're going to stay there.
Okay. Bruce.
Wisdom saving throw.
No.
Okay. My. Well, first that. And let me look at
Saying
something.
that he's not
quick.
affected by it.
I will attack.
It only affects
Us.
non-shape changers. That's my guess.
Hey, what if I color him and get the power to change into the full
Dirty.
wolf?
That'd be cool. Then
Dirty
we would
20.
have our own full large size.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Honestly, what I wanted to do, I didn't do this because he had his whole talk with them. But I was gonna I was gonna call her
11.
Bringard Manifest. Dragon hands.
What
Be like a
is it?
dragon skinwalker.
Nice.
Almost.
Okay.
Second
And then call
attack.
myself the Dragon Warrior.
Head.
'Cause I'm around 10.
20, 30 to hit, 29 to hit.
Oh yeah.
That's all, honestly kind of what Midnight is
Sure.
now.
10 bludgeoning damage. And
Okay.
I will throw another smash on that. Oh my gosh. Killing me. Another 3 bludgeoning damage on that.
Okay.
Bonus action.
In the back, Brian's like, "You're doing great, Bruce."
Yeah, right.
Got this.
On me.
Don't worry, we'll take care of everything else.
Uh,
He suddenly became a New Yorker too.
Don't you worry about it. I can't do an accent.
Hey, forget about it.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll
Um,
get a cup of coffee and we'll take him out. Right?
I feel like you used that accent for another character at some point.
Probably.
I'm going to use my bonus action. Or no, you may not let me do it. As a bonus action, I was going to reach for the horn. His horn.
You can try.
What check would that be?
But it's just
Wrong
a dex
horn.
check. Or strength. Dex or strength.
Let's go with a dex.
Or sleight of hand.
A sleight of hand would also work.
Which one's better?
I'm sure you don't have that much better anyways. You're probably
Trying to
not-
touch my horn with your bare hands?
What'd you roll?
That was a joke.
That was
It was like 9.
Okay.
Yeah, he just kind of slaps your hand as it comes.
Hey, stay away from that.
This is my horn.
Then I'll get my reaction for another attack.
Ah, I would have gone for the horn.
Natural 20
Ooh, never mind. I wouldn't have gone for the horn.
for
waste your
30
natural 20 on the horn.
something.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Let me make sure I'm doing this correctly.
Do you have Savage Attacker? You get to add your weapon die again?
I
Oh,
don't have
Aw.
Savage Attack.
Oh,
No,
for some reason I thought you did.
I have other things.
you've got Savage Attacker, right?
Yeah.
That one's
Sure.
a good
Weird
feat
for a warlock to have it.
Yeah. That one's a good feat for, like, melee.
Yeah,
You're not a normal warlock, though, so
that's true.
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense for you.
I keep forgetting to add my extra damage die. 5,
10, 15, 20.
11, plus 5, 16. Hold on. 16. Hold on.
Hold it. Your call is important to us. All operators are busy. Please stay on.
22.
This is the whole music, by the way.
Focus math. 22.
22.
It's not done yet.
29. Hold on. 24. Doubled. For 48. Plus 5 is 53.
Okay.
Great.
He's still standing. But he felt that one. That was a claw?
That was just a knuckled
Oh, okay. Just
breath.
a tap.
He's
Oh,
back-
okay, 'cause
he's
you're,
back in
you're not
human.
in bear anymore, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I gotta change you back out.
Nah, we don't have Bruce here.
Yeah, we've got this guy. He's big.
Yeah, but it's not Bruce. It's not the same.
Shut you, Vosk.
It's Shuff. It's Shuff it, not Shuff you.
Shuff. What is a shuff? All right. He will use a legendary action to bite you.
I've messed with legendary actions once before.
It's like the legendary action of an 18-month-old.
Yeah.
Super ability. It's like bite your sister.
24 hits you, right?
Yes.
Those toddler bites are
Chomps
just
down on your
wildly
head.
Painful.
I've got a crazy one for you. When my youngest was 6 months old, sitting
15
on my
points
lap,
of piercing damage.
Okay.
out of nowhere, he's facing me. Out of nowhere, he just like, and they have like crazy grip because their fingers are so small and it hurts. Grabbed my nipple and twisted it, and it really, really hurt.
I bet.
And I was like, ah! He had his hand in his mouth, full of slobber, takes it out right in my mouth as I'm screaming. And I get extracted from, and I look at him, and he's like, ah! It was the funniest thing he'd ever seen.
I imagine that's what he was going for.
That was his legendary action.
That was his legendary action, yeah.
2 attacks per round.
Yeah.
That was his legendary action.
I died.
Uh-oh, his die. He died.
The die falls off and he dies.
Interesting.
I want to try this, but I don't want to try that, but it's risky. It's incredibly risky, but the reward for it does work.
That one does step away from you, so you do get an attack of opportunity against it. Wingard and Midnight.
I want to attack. Bringyard's not going to attack.
Okay, so they kind of move in some more.
Midnight's
That's
still.
Are they looking aggressive? Because these ones
Oh,
are
yeah,
like
that's
looking
true.
right at us.
Yeah, do they look aggressive?
No, they just look like they were circling you
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
at this point.
Yeah. Kind of like circling in to like watch a fight. Like watch a street
But
fight.
they're looking at us.
They are
They are
looking towards
looking
you, and
at
they are
us.
cutting you off.
The one looking
This
at
guy-
me, this
okay,
is the
yeah.
energy I'm giving him.
Yeah.
I'm giving him this energy of this sponge. I'll send it to you, Braden. Just staring at him like I'm uninterested and angry.
Yeah, Bringyard's not going to attack.
Okay. At the end of their turn,
At the end of their turn,
Wait, I changed my mind.
Urvosk goes, lets out a howl, and you see his skin, like, change a little bit. It looks like it toughens up, it hardens up.
all right, and then he is going to. He's going to cast a spell.
Is
Yeah.
is it possible to tell if he's casting it at Bruce or on himself, or is
That's
he?
what I was just about to figure out.
Okay.
So he is actually casting it towards Smith.
What was this again?
Are you taking care of it? I like
Right.
it.
Just waiting for someone to say the next word.
Moat.
I'm waiting for somebody to say they're counterspelling it.
Counterspell.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for.
Beat me to
If it's third level or lower, it dies.
It is not third level.
Okay, so I have to make an ability check.
Doesn't that always suck when your counterspell doesn't work?
Spellcasting abilities.
When it isn't third level or lower.
I hope this works. Well, hot damn. Yeah. 20. No. Okay, we're good.
You
Okay.
say 20 something?
22.
You realize that would have to be a 9th level spell would fail that too.
You're right. So as he does that, I literally just put my arms out, spin once really quickly in a counterclockwise motion, and end up right where I was before.
Give me an arcane or arcana check.
Okay.
Well, hi, so he doesn't notice.
Well, now all bets are off. I knew that was.
20. Dominate person.
I hate this guy.
Yeah, you see him kind of to go ahead. It's got verbal and somatic components, so you hear him say
I have
something.
dominate
It sounds
person, I
like a spell for dominate, and does some maneuvers in his hand. And the spell starts to go out, but as he begins to do that, again, you guys all see it first. Him go say something like, and then move his hands, but then you hear it go, and his hands like reverse backwards, and like it again, like it never. You're like, and he just kind of looks around like. That was the weirdest counterspell he's ever experienced.
He just goes, shove it.
And then that's all he does.
I want to
top
cast spells
of the
on
order,
him, but
one.
I'm afraid that. the
Do I
wolves-
know that happened?
Give me a perception check.
We've avoided combat thus far with the other wolves.
Natural 20.
Yes.
Oh.
You saw it and felt it.
To my soul.
Well, the attempt at least, but
Yeah.
like as it goes out, you see Adam basically and reverse that.
Would Dominate Beast work on him? Since he is in a beast form right now?
On that guy?
Yeah.
Guess you'll find out. You have no idea.
Figured I wouldn't know. I was curious if you'd give me the information. Be better, or I'm getting a random D20 from upstairs. That's how badly I want better rolls on my D20 when I actually need good rolls.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this instead.
It's the one time it doesn't roll.
I
forward
am
is when
going
Gringard is
to.
attacking me.
Yes, I am going to do that. I'm going to cast haste on Bruce. So, Bruce, you have haste on you for the next minute. Yeah, I'm 30 feet from. So your speed is doubled.
Doesn't seem to matter.
Your AC gets a +2.
That matters.
Am I 30 feet from him?
Does
Yes.
haste
Yeah, I thought it was 25.
Plus
No,
my
you were
attacks.
30? Okay.
I was more checking to see if you were 30 from my boss.
So speed is doubled. AC gets a +2. You get advantage on dexterity throws, saving throws. And you get an additional action.
And yes, an additional action triggers all the extra attacks and all this stuff that is
Well,
normal action.
sadly, the
Oh, that's right,
action
that-
action is a special action. You
You
can
can only take one.
only make one weapon attack with it.
Weapon attack.
So I'm giving you an extra.
Action surge does that.
Yes. Yeah, this does not. You could, if you're going to attack with it, you can only do one weapon attack in that extra one. So you get that for the next 10 turns.
If only it was bear form.
Still an extra
Bear
attack.
claws aren't
Gives him
weapons.
like 6 attacks.
Nice. Thank you.
You are welcome. And I'm just standing there still staring up at this guy. Just unamused. And that's my
We
turn.
haven't cast anything on him yet, which is why I'm hesitant to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, because we could take the wolves if they attack us. I think we could take the witch wolves.
Ah,
We've faced
I didn't
worse.
realize I just realized we're in this order.
It's really
Oh, yeah,
nice.
yeah.
It's soothing.
Kind of it is, right?
Yeah.
We're going
Feels
clockwise.
right.
It took me 3 turns to realize it though.
So I'm out of his range to get me, right? Because I'm farther than 30 feet.
Yep.
Right. Just barely, but I'm farther than 30 feet.
Yep, you're 35.
I figured that out loud.
Yep, you notice that it does not trigger the wisdom save at
Okay,
35. but it did at 30.
wait, what's the range on this? Oh, easily. I'm going to cast Slow on Urvosk.
Okay.
If you need a reminder on what that does, I am not the person to tell you. Because it will take me an hour to read.
Roll against it, right?
I believe so, yeah.
On every one of your turns.
Is it wisdom?
On every turn.
Succeeded.
Is it a wisdom?
Do you get an immediate one or
Hold
just?
on.
I think it's
Oh, you do, yeah.
usually those spells.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
What's your spell case?
Natural 20.
Oh,
Ah.
And a 19.
And wait, what?
Yep. You notice that it's actually rather hard to put a spell, land that spell on him.
Good to know. As a bonus action, I'm gonna collar him.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm gonna use my collar on Urvosk. Is that a little shake of the head?
Give me a d6 roll.
D6, okay, not D4. 4.
4?
Yep. Give me something good to be immunity to spells.
You have magic resistance now. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Yes, I got the exact
That's pretty
thing
good.
he just used
So
against me.
You go to hit him with a spell. It doesn't take. You collar him and you go, "Oh, I know what you did," and you suck that back into
that's
you.
pretty good, man.
Unfortunately, I can't use that to make his effect to do that useless, but that'd be
3.
and Bringard is
sorry,
going to ready his action
Yeah, pretty good.
to catch the. Can I catch and attack? As my no.
Yeah, I'd be really catching.
Yeah, he's going to ready his action to catch the horn.
Okay. Takes a little bit of coordination there.
So there are not many things that would make Smith just completely lose his mind, but an attempt to dominate him is going to do it.
Yeah,
I gotta play it in character,
that is a very true thing.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I have no choice now. But to go whole hog. So I still have Far Step active, so I use bonus action. 5 feet above him,
Okay.
flying. Which, oh, you know what? But then I'm not flanking. I want to flank. If I get 5 feet up and behind, like I'm using a
yeah,
reach.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that flank? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Full attack. Two-handed. 12 and 17 is nice. 26 to hit.
Yikes.
7 damage on the first one.
What kind? Bludgeoning? That's with the hammer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it probably is bludgeoning. It doesn't say.
It should be bludgeoning. It doesn't seem to be as effective.
Okay. Magical bludgeoning.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
Second attack. Oh, so close. Even higher to hit. Better. Yeah. 13
Link
magical
to
bludgeoning
Bringard.
damage. And then I'll...
Resistance to.
I'll
Same thing.
Same thing?
It does. As you strike him, you as you hit his body, you see it hits his like hardened skin, and it just doesn't seem to impact as deep as
Hardened
expected.
fur skin.
Yeah, it's bludgeoning. And I don't notice anything... Yeah, I don't. Okay. Cool. That's my turn.
All right, Bruce. Before your turn, he is going to bite Smith.
Put my
Or
shield away.
attempt to do so and fail horribly.
Ooh. I like the sound of
It's
that.
hard to bite somebody
Who's above you?
who's and behind you.
Yeah. You just... Let's see what happens. Because he just rolled a natural 1. I'm gonna have this fun fumble chart that I get to roll on.
He tells everyone to stand down.
I might just be embarrassed by his attack.
Stand down.
Yeah, that's it.
He goes. You see that?
And that's it. All right, go ahead, Bruce.
All right. I'm going to go recklessly during this, and I'm going to yell at the Smith, "Whole hog, Smith! Whole hog!" First attack. I'm gonna, while he's trying to bite out the Smith, I'm gonna try to punch him right in the throat.
Yeah,
I love it.
There you go.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
That's good.
I wanted one of those so bad.
Woo!
Yeah, but see, if Bruce gets the kill, then that's what's important.
Now listen down while you calculate damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through all
Pull out a
the stuff.
calculator app. Gonna help. Or just a calculator.
You know, you don't really.
What?
Let's say you don't need reckless if all it gives you is advantage.
Oh, because I'm getting flanked.
Yeah.
Or I'm flanking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just give him advantage.
May I rescind my
Sure.
recklessness?
That was a reckless.
That was a reckless move.
reckless.
Yeah.
It was a reckless, yeah. Double disadvantage. Oh.
$60. Nope. Yes. 60 plus 5. 65.
Okay.
Well,
He looks at you and says, I yield no more. And he kind of says that with a hoarse throat because you just punched him in the throat. So he's like, oh, I yield. All right.
I'm going to hit him one more time.
All right.
I don't know if the wolves are gonna like that, given he just said I yield. But I have a
I'm
feeling
at
that was
31, I think. It's just
31 to
just single punch, nothing added on. 14 bludgeoning.
Okay.
nothing.
That last one was bludgeoning too, right?
Did you just kill him? That'd be amazing.
Uh,
No more, please. Oh.
This is what he wanted.
How much was it?
He wouldn't want us
14.
to cry. He'd want us to
14.
punch his body. It's what our Vosk would have wanted.
Okay. He says, really? No, we're done. Okay. Let's just go on. Good. All right. I yield.
Am I talking to Arvask or am I talking to some demon shuff bucket?
Rosk, I yield. Stand down, men. Stand down. You do anything else?
I will.
Throw me the horn.
I'll pretty much this back, but I'm not stepping away or anything. I'm standing up.
And you've noticed too, by the way, your 2 hits weren't as impactful as they should have been.
Okay.
They're hitting some pretty tough skin at this point.
Throw me the horn.
I will.
Throw me the horn.
That'll be my first attack. I'll use my. Can I use my special action to reach for the horn? In my booth.
Yeah, I'll let you do it.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a melee attack. But yeah.
Nope.
All right.
But I will use. I will use my bonus action to attempt to grapple him and pick him up by the shirt and pull him up
Okay.
if he's on the ground.
He's not on the ground, prone per se, but he's not.
He's not full standing either.
Okay.
On that
you-
gravel.
All right, give me opposed athletics then. Oh, never mind. You're fine.
16.
As long as you didn't roll a
Okay.
1, you're fine.
Nope.
Yeah, you grab him fully. All right, give me a moment here. Okay. All right. Yeah, you grab him fully. He's just kind of. Yeah, whatever. I mean, just. I'm done. Just. I submit. Like, I'm tapping out. Whatever. What do you want here? Just stop.
Somebody come take this horn from him and destroy it.
All right. 5. All the wolves back up
10 feet. Or, yeah.
about 10 feet. Just move them back.
That's Midnight's chance. Basically, has Bringard lower him down. Midnight grabs it.
10 feet.
Bringard destroys it.
Alright, let's see.
That goes nice. Unless you, I mean, they can.
No, they're good.
Apparently, this horn is really hard to grab, so maybe I should cast haste on myself.
Urvosk, then sees that you're still holding him and goes ahead and teleports.
Ah.
Counter spell.
Yeah.
Teleport is a 4th or 5th level spell, is that right?
Not a third or whatever, I would imagine.
Actually, look it up.
No, it's higher than that.
I need a pretty strong roll here.
Don't forget your. Oh, wait, no. +4 doesn't count. Does it? No. It's only attacks and saving.
Bless doesn't do anything.
Gosh darn you, Bless.
Okay, here we go. Dang it. Got any help for me?
You're not too far away.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Only 12. Okay.
I'm gonna counterspell.
Oh, yeah.
That's a natural 16. And I add what?
Your spellcasting modifier.
Oh,
That'll be enough.
sweet.
Have a negative spellcasting modifier when you're the worst.
That's my first time counting, casting counterspell.
So yeah, he
Nice.
Very nice.
Let me go. 1.
Midnight is gonna.
Not midnight.
Well, yeah, but Midnight's gonna shout at him. Let me get the horn. Bringard can dispatch it.
So I'm going to lose Sanctuary and drop Haste
Drop these.
to cast Hold Person on Urvask.
Please.
So he has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Roll a 17 on the die.
And that is exactly the DC.
Dang.
So it didn't work.
So that's just the die roll. So
Yep.
again, you sense a resistance to your magic.
That's what I figured. The nice thing is Midnight's got that resistance to magic too, so when he picks up the horn,
That
it's not gonna do a thing.
that's my turn. That's all.
2.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Perfect. Didn't even have to run. And
So you went past 2 of them.
yeah. You did tell them to stand down though. Bringard can take all the damage you give me, even if you do 100 damage in one hit. He will still tank it.
Those 2 that you go past are going to take a swipe at you.
Not if they both do 100 damage though. If they both do 75, he's fine. Barely, but he's fine.
Alright, should rather.
At this point, he wouldn't be. I'd say about,
Well,
the,
it's
I'd say about the 70. He would be fine.
And you went
Like
right
9
between
health.
them like you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Did you just run through them, not fly over them? Like that?
Actually, I would fly over them probably.
Okay.
So they would fly over.
Out of their reach, or
Out of their reach, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm back down.
That's a smart move.
Knowing how Bringard moves around, he would probably fly over.
okay.
And then as he's going down, Midnight's gonna grab or attempt to grab the horn off of Urvosk.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand, dang it, not acrobatics.
No, definitely not acrobatics.
I don't know why I was thinking acrobatics, that makes so much more sense. My sleight of hand isn't horrible. It is when this D20.
I'm having trouble today.
Yeah.
Even though Bruce has got him held, he just swats. Was that Midnight that was trying to do
Yeah.
that? Yeah, he just swats Midnight's hand away.
Alright, and then Bringard is gonna try and grab it.
Okay.
Which is, again, sleight of hand.
Yep.
Well, if you're trying to be sneaky about it. Wait.
Either way. I mean,
Either
it's
way,
just
yeah.
a straight dex check or a sleight of hand.
Yeah, it's a
Which is mostly a
dex
straight
check.
dex check.
Yeah.
for
Wouldn't be a
everybody.
stealth check.
Not a stealth.
No.
Bummer.
No.
I was gonna say that it would matter for Midnight. That would have given him +7.
Yeah, this is it.
Jeez. It was almost a 16. Ting. I want to see what it
Fight
landed.
it.
If it landed on 20,
It's a 20 for sure.
That's a 12.
that, you are fired.
Gotta get a dice fail. Alright.
Yeah, I'm getting one of those permanently.
Are you done?
It's a 12.
Nope. Are you done? Okay.
I said that this one is being retired.
Slaps his hand or something.
I'm assuming my extra attack would not.
No.
I don't know. Figured not. And that counts as an action.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all.
What?
For now.
Um,
I'm gonna go grab my D20 before it disappears.
I should have checked this before.
Really starting to get annoyed with these D20s. Apparently, you guys need to get me a new set for my birthday. These ones are failing me.
Someone touched my D20s.
Yeah, I use my bonus action to cast Hexblade's Curse on Urvosk.
Okay.
And begin attacking.
Going back to the metal one. You are the chosen guy. You will
I
get
have
me
advantage.
the win.
25 to hit. And I get where's Hexblade's Curse? +4 to
Literally
damage.
every roll outside of battle
That's
has
9.
been over 10.
16 bludgeoning.
Every roll in battle has been under 10. Just give me an under 10 roll.
Okay. He's still up.
Still up.
Again, doesn't seem to be as.
There it is! There it is!
Natural
There it
20.
is! Yes! And I don't have any spell slots left.
See, I got my. See,
So I
I
had to
got.
counterspell. Okay.
See, I got my natural 20 during initiative, and then it was all garbage from there.
Okay, so
I'm calling it now. Someone touched my D20.
so double weapon die. 9, 18, plus one more. 18 plus 1, 19. 19 plus 9, 28. Bludgeoning. So 19 if he has resistance. No, not 19.
14.
14.
Yeah, I did the same thing. He's like 16? No, that's not it. Okay, he's still up. Bruce.
That's all I
Actually, before Bruce's turn, he goes and attempts to teleport again.
This is in the same turn.
Oh, is it in the same turn round?
No, it's not. I could try another counter spell. Because he tried to teleport, and then it was my turn, and I'm the top of the round. So, I will try and maybe I'll do well on another counter spell.
Oh,
Maybe it'll bring more luck to you than last time.
I've rolled 3 5s in a row.
Oh.
We are not doing good.
I'm getting some alcohol. I'll be back.
I'm debating going and grabbing another root beer.
You see him disappear.
Oh, I can get up
They
there.
appear 60 feet away.
Oh, I can get there. That's easy. And I can grab him.
Mm-hmm.
I can grapple him.
Bruce, your turn.
And he probably doesn't have another teleport. Because it's higher than...
Well, he's gonna have another turn
Yeah.
because that was like a legendary turn or whatever.
That's true. If he runs, I can still get to him. I can cast haste on Bringard.
Is he 10 feet up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 10 feet.
I'd say actually 15 up.
Okay. So I will use my full action, or full speed, which would be 60.
Yeah, because you're not hasted anymore.
Imagine 60.
I'm not?
Only 60.
No,
think
he dropped
it.
Oh, dang.
He dropped it to cast hold person.
Which failed.
Right.
Unfortunately.
That's right.
If I had hold person right now,
Yeah, 60 would get you still
I don't. But if I
5 feet away. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess he's
15 feet up.
15 feet below.
So he's 60 feet away plus 15 feet elevation. I mean, the elevation doesn't matter to Bringard, but
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I won't. I was debating whether I'm going to cause this to be a problem, but I'm not going to. It's enough
trees
of a
into a
slope
cage.
that you guys can run up it. So you're just double moving up to him?
Double moving. I don't think I can use a bonus action to throw something, so
Okay.
that is my turn.
Alright, with that, Urvas says, Alright, if you won't yield, then I'll kill them all. And he says, Get them, boys! And
you're right up there, Rex.
It's just the ice.
Ah, I was worried that a glass fell. That makes sense, actually.
Ah! I think I died.
Good. So now they're attacking. That's fine, because I can get Urvosk.
Oh, it's yours.
Actually, wait a minute. Urvosk was the one who was yielding. That means I can really like, there's no... You're the one yielding. He has every right to grab you. Ah, yes. Go fight Bringard. Attack Bringard. Throw all your firepower into attacking Bringard.
The ice falling into this metal cup sounded violent.
I did.
It came out really fast.
We all were like, did he just drop a
Nothing bad
glass?
happened. No.
No.
What's up?
We're
being rushed.
Smith gets an opportunity attack if they come into melee with him,
That's what.
and he's. Was
and
that?
he's got to reach.
No, that
That's
was
the
his
other thing.
old. Wait, is that part of?
Oh yeah. Your
Most
ability.
people do not.
that's,
Reach
I think,
doesn't
with his,
do that
with
either.
his feet, I mean,
Maybe.
he's got that.
Bringard doesn't.
I always forget to use it.
Sentinel? Is it Sentinel or Polearm?
Other creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they enter your reach.
there you go. So
Which
yes.
is that? Sentinel?
It's Polearm Master.
So yes.
I gotta get that just for
So
that ability.
he called all his little. He teleported back there and
called
called
his
all those
cronies.
people.
Correct.
21 to hit,
He called his cronies in.
9 damage.
We gotta have Smith set up a teleportation circle, get the cold porn out of here. That's not gonna work though, because
I don't have any spells left.
If Midnight wasn't the one who needed to grab the horn to get Bringard to destroy it. I might just have Bringard take out Urvosk. Now that we're being full on attacked, no rules apply here.
There's no opportunity attack for teleporting out of.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, teleportation is one of those ones that brings
Cool.
out that stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, how many attacks towards
dimension
Bringard?
boarding now.
Genuinely, I'm excited for this. Bringard sit here tanking there, giving me damage
Okay.
all day.
So here's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to need opposed athletic checks for grapple checks all around.
Athletics.
So
Darn.
we've got one
assuming
against
from Bringard.
Smith. So let's start there.
Oh, Smith.
Opposed athletics. Oh, I failed.
15.
I failed.
Okay, so that guy grabs you.
Stop.
One against Bringard.
Alright.
20.
Okay. As soon as you said 20, that hurts. The one time I get a roll over
So is that a
10.
no? I've got a lot
That's
to
a no.
do,
I got a
okay, thank
15.
you. I've got a lot to do, so.
That's painful.
Against
Which one's grappling me?
Midnight? The one that's closer to me.
This one.
No. This one on this side. Yeah, there you go. The last one you pointed at.
Got it.
All right,
He's going to
the
die
last
first.
One, towards Midnight is going to try and grab him.
Grab
So it's
Midnight.
17 on a grapple check.
Hold on. I
Close
gotta
that.
go look at Midnight's
I know.
stats now.
I told you this is going to be up to everybody. Well, almost everybody.
I
Not
did not
everybody's
think you
within-
meant Midnight given he's 10 feet up.
Yeah, well, they're big.
On top of a big dragon. Has to be athletics, not acrobatics.
Or acrobatics, that's true. You can
Okay.
close with acrobatics, I'm sorry.
Thank you!
I forgot acrobatics.
Okay,
is
I got a
That's true.
21.
21? I
that's
got
better,
a
too.
17, so he fails. Right.
Midnight is a slippery little red panda. He's got a +7 in acrobatics.
Basically gonna- Okay, these guys are fine. Fails, so that guy's grab home. This guy's gonna go over here to that one. Succeeds, big guy.
This guy is going to die on my turn. There's no question.
It's Brian.
I don't even care
Brian
what health he has.
succeeds.
He's
Yeah, he
dying.
does.
Brian's the only Coldborn on our side that has succeeded in attack.
Succeeds.
That's hilarious.
Brian's like, I don't know why you guys are struggling so much with this.
Yeah, he's like,
You're wimps.
Succeeds.
He's like the in Mulan, that like really big.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just like.
yeah.
Really calm, big character.
Yeah.
Rallick is, sorry, against Rallick.
Oh right.
Ooh, Rallick.
I should have been ready for that. Okay. Grapple. Or yeah, so it's a +2.
10.
Fail.
Okay. The werewolfy looking one. got
Wait,
him
because
grabbed.
he's 60 feet. I could still hit him.
Against Wesson.
I could still hit him.
12.
Like that.
Yeah, I failed.
Okay, he's grabbed by the werewolf, or by the gnoll. One of the gnolls.
One of the gnolls.
That's all of them then.
Not me.
This is
Not
like
close enough to one.
WWE,
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so that's it.
WrestleMania. Nobody's
A lot
actually
of
Bro,
going
he
to
sent his goons in on us. Like, what the
and
heck?
then
He sent his goons to do his dirty work for him. Yeah, Urvosk might die this turn, and this guy might die this turn. Depending on what Urvosk's health is.
Vosk is gonna run 60 feet.
Or not. Screw you, Urvosk. He will die at some point.
Right. 1. So he's 60 feet.
Do I have anything
That was
that... Being
35,
grappled
so
is
he's,
not ideal.
25 off the map.
If Bringard had
many
escaped
are
his
each of
grapple
these?
check...
5. Each one of these is 5.
You mean 10?
15, 20.
Oh, no, I mean how many, like the whole board here.
Oh, this whole
That's
thing?
10,
Yeah.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
It's 9.
27, 28.
6, 8. Yeah, that's 9 actually. 10.
It's 9? Okay.
It's 45 feet across.
So I counted from where I am to the end of the board is 28 spaces, and then you said another.
25 feet, so that's another 5 spaces.
Uh-huh.
Banish the guy that's
165.
He's 160. If you banish the guy that's... If you banish the guy... No, because that wouldn't be possible. I was going to say, if you banish...
I'm
would you be
going
able
to, on my
banish
turn.
the guy that's holding Bringard?
Let me finish my turn.
Yeah.
I'm going to...
I don't know how bad. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to Dimension Door, 120 feet. That's 24 spaces. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. So I can get here. And I'm 1, 2, 3. So I am 8 spaces away. I'm 40 feet behind him now.
Okay.
I'm gonna use. I'm going to use just like 20 feet of my movement. I'm kind of jogging after him, so I get about there. So I stay about 20 feet behind him. I just go, hey! Really loud as I'm running after
Alright.
him.
At the end of your turn, he's going to teleport 60 feet.
Away.
So he's 30 off now.
He's 30 ahead of me.
Well, he's 30 off of this, so he's now. What? He was 20, and he went 60 more, so he's 80 away from you.
I'm gonna counterspell that.
Okay.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Big roll, big roll. That's a natural 19.
That'll stop it.
All right.
Not so much.
Come here.
So he teleports 60 feet, and then he starts running, and he's like, why am I in the same spot? I was... What just... Oh, oops, someone left the door open.
Oh, Chester.
That was me. I'm so sorry.
Kitty, kitty.
I didn't
Wait,
even
he's
think about
probably
the
he's probably like, I've not been down here yet.
What he has is just
There's a whole nother house down here.
I'm gonna look for Olive just in case Olive came down. I don't think Olive did.
Is that cheese?
Olive Lake
Nice.
was Olive up there.
That's fine. That's fine. He just...
Cheese.
I was like,
I'm impressed by your snacking.
I see a cat over there all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't think Olive's.
You can tell he hasn't been down here, though, because he's all timid, like, what is down here? I never... Don't come down here.
Yeah, we need to get up some solid walls so they can come down here at some point.
Yep, that'll happen eventually. Alright.
Especially over on that side.
Okay, where were we? So, 2.
Well, so I'm still grappled, right?
That is correct, sir.
How do you break free from a grapple?
Athletics or acrobatics check.
Does it take an action?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Suppose.
You know what? Since he's out
Or
of my
you could
range now,
Teleport out, or
I don't have a teleport other than teleportation
you could
circle.
get pulled out by somebody else.
Can I pull Midnight out of his grapple? Or pull Bringard out of...
You'd have to grapple someone else and then move, but you can't.
Nope.
Right now, because your grapple is 0, or your move is 0 right now.
Unless, say, a 9 beats him.
Nope, that's what I rolled on the dice.
Ah, I don't like this guy. So you know what he gets? He gets a little bit of lightning shot dagger.
Still attack.
Oh, I can still attack
Yeah.
him now?
Grapple doesn't prevent you from attacking.
Well, yeah, but that
Speed
counts as my
becomes 0.
action, right?
Oh, well, yeah, if you use your action to try and break
Yeah.
it. But yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Does it use your action or just one of your attacks? Oh, if you
That's
only have
true.
one attack, it doesn't matter.
I do have an extra attack. Does it use action or attack?
Because I know, like, different... I
Yeah.
think grapple is just an attack. But I don't know if breaking free is.
I don't know. Yeah.
Let me double check. This doesn't happen very often.
Use the other one.
I think grapple is just an attack.
It is. It's more the breaking free.
The breaking free part.
Which I would assume would.
Use its action to escape.
Use the action. Okay. Bummer.
Yeah.
Well, he gets a little bit of the mercy of the lightning
Extra
shot
attack
dagger.
triggers off of if you take the attack action.
Okay.
Which you didn't take the attack action. You took the
Okay. That makes sense.
try to get out of grapple action.
Makes sense.
So yeah, he gets a little bit of lightning shot dagger to the face. So you guys, those who can see, Midnight pulls out his dagger and the two little sides of the dagger come out forward and begin sparking some electricity and 30-foot line. So if there's anything hidden back there, invisible or stealthed within a line, just saying. All right, 2, 4, another 2. Come on. It's better than it could have been. 12 lightning damage.
Did I tell you gotta get a save against that?
Mm-mm.
That seems weird.
It's just like a breath attack, basically.
Yeah, you should have saved it.
You didn't say there was a save. At least I don't have marked down that there's a save.
Alright, for now. We'll go with that.
Yeah, usually
I
there's
feel like
either an
I feel
attack
like I
or a
would have
save.
had it marked down as a save.
Let me check to see if I probably have this written down.
It could be a dexterity save for half
That's what it
damage.
is.
That's probably what it is. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dex save for half.
Does it say it on there? Or you
Now
just
that
say
I'm
it?
remembering. Because this is Midnight's custom weapon.
Mhm.
My grapple is annoying. I don't appreciate it.
Okay.
And I'm assuming I can't try and aim directly for the part that
What's
he's
your
grappling.
spell save DC?
My spell save DC is a 17. Seems oddly low for having
No,
a
that's pretty
20.
good.
For having a 20 and
Yeah, spell save DCs don't.
Yeah, mine's 16 and I have an
It's
18.
8 plus your,
okay. 8
yeah,
plus.
plus your first instant bonus plus your
Okay.
spellcasting
I see.
bonus, so.
Well, like that seems
Like,
lower than I expected.
It's hard to get spell DCs high,
Yeah,
Okay.
there's like
and it's actually bad of DMs to give you items that affect it. Unlike Matt Mercer, who just like gives them all willy nilly and then goes, "Oh crap, I shouldn't have done that."
yeah, especially to Sam Regal.
Oh, I know.
Apparently, I need them because
You said 17.
my dice suck right now. Yeah.
Okay, what was the full damage?
12. So he takes 12 damage. Or...
Yep.
Sweet.
Oh wait, no, he doesn't.
Psych.
Stop lying to me. I'm already having
He
enough
seems
trouble.
kind of resistant to that for some reason.
Resistant to lightning.
To
Good to-
lightning. He's like, ah.
That's oddly specific. Seems targeted towards Midnight's weapon.
Witch wolves are partially made out of rubber.
Hey, Carl,
Everyone
targeting.
knows that. Midnight.
Now you know.
Reminds me of the line from Dumbo. You can't hurt an elephant. They're made of rubber.
Yeah.
Remember all the guys are beating up on Dumbo? Where they just have like very 1940s accents.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let
I
me
grew
take
up
a
on
look.
those old Disney movies.
I was
Hold on,
scared
because
of
Brain
Dumbo.
Guard still has his bonus
Oh, yeah, me too,
action.
but I loved them.
Yeah.
Oh, Pinocchio?
You
Terrible.
need to
Every
work
minute
on
of the movie
figuring
is
out
scary.
where you're doing
I
better.
the grapple is getting me stuck here.
Understand,
Okay.
But you need to be on when it's not your turn.
Well, because I gotta clarify rules here with grapple. That's the problem.
That's fine. You can
I
ask
don't
those
remember.
questions earlier.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
just saying, in general, you need to. Your turns do take a long time. So in
They
general, you
do,
need to be looking
and it
ahead.
takes longer when people grapple me.
You need to be looking ahead. Okay.
I didn't think about the fact that one of my claw attacks can be a bonus action. I don't know the circumstances. I can't find it. There we
Do
go.
a
Rake.
D4 damage,
Hold on, I'm taking a look.
but then that would be bumped up by your improved
That
damage.
Rake is. Where's Rend? Seriously, why can't I find the stupid evolution?
Then you
Real.
play with 2 claws.
Okay.
It's not.
Well, then Rake is what I'm looking for.
Rake is only when you grapple.
Okay. So this wouldn't count in that.
You are not grappling.
Okay.
You can do a claw attack as a bonus action as a
Oh, I can?
yes.
I thought I could only do my quills as a bonus.
You need to read your stuff.
I have read my stuff, and it doesn't specify that. It specifies that I make 2 claw attacks. Claw attack. When the attack action is made. So I'm correct. I cannot do that. So I'm gonna fire quills, which is close range, so it's gonna be disadvantage. Which isn't gonna matter because this D20 sucks. I'm real annoyed with these dice. I'll stick with the same one because every time I switch, the other one is a piece of crap.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
3.
Awesome. Bonus action, Far Step is still active.
Yeah, and that's a teleport.
Yeah.
Okay, I need
So
to look
60
into more
feet.
rules
So I'd
if
be,
I'm grappled.
however many feet he moved away, I'd be that minus, or plus, I'd be minus 5 feet away. Like, because I was on that side of him. You know what I mean? So when he teleported here 60 feet,
Right.
I would have landed here.
Here.
Or, okay.
Yeah, so he would have been here.
Well, yeah, if he was here, then I'd be here. Yeah, oh, you're right there, yeah.
Yep, yep.
And then I'll move ahead 30 feet, and I'll even like elevate as I go too, so I can keep a good eye on him.
Okay.
And point my hammer out at him. Pew pew.
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. Little like necrotic, no, force energy coming out of the hammer, just. Whoop, whoop. I've been playing a lot of Battlestar. What is it called? Battlefront. It's the Star Wars game. Battlefront. Yeah.
You got it.
I don't have advantage. I don't think. Right.
Nope.
So that first one's a miss. And the second one is a.
My turn isn't relevant. I'm gonna go grab some.
13.
That'll miss.
Well, that's disappointing.
Bruce.
Yeah, speaking of disappointing, there's no way I can keep up with that asshole. So I'm going to take a nice big pull from my horn.
That a boy.
You're gonna pull a little teleport out of that horn, I think.
Right. Tell me when you're ready, Jeff.
I'm ready.
First is an 18.
Alright. 18. Cave breath, hard whiskey. Of gnomish make. Gnomes don't do much alcohol, so when they do, they'll apply some wacky mechanic, wacky engineering to make the bottle essentially 50% rubbing alcohol and 50% gasoline. That will 100% F you up. Alright. The ale creates a small whirlpools in different colors. After you take damage from a spell, you gain resistance to that type of damage until you take damage from a spell again.
Okay.
Remember that lasts for 24 hours. If you so choose.
Okay. And then the next one is 27.
Vegan blood wine. Wine that has been magically flavored to taste like blood for the socially conscious vampire. For one day, all enemies that are within 15 feet have their maximum hit points reduced by 20%, only once. However, the drinker also has their maximum hit points reduced by 5% per enemy that are affected by this ability.
So if I drink it right now, no one's within range?
Correct.
Okay. There's no point in me taking that. Alright.
Well, it would be... That would last for 24 hours, so it's when you would move within 15 feet of anything, it would trigger.
Okay.
So it's not that it wouldn't be used. I mean, you don't have to use it, but I just wanted to be clear that it would trigger every time you would move within the first time you'd move within 15 feet of somebody.
Got it. Okay.
So you'd both reduce theirs by 20% and yours by 5%.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and take the Cape Breath Hard Whiskey.
Alrighty.
And start back towards the bad guys 30 feet.
Yes,
Really?
please help
10,
Bringard, because
15,
my
20,
RNG
25,
tonight is garbage beyond compare. I'm having real bad luck on weekends lately. Specifically weekends. Any other time, I'm fine.
So there are some witch wolves and some gnolls out there.
No, they're all witch
They're all-
wolves.
They're all werewolves.
They're all witch wolves. Okay.
I just don't have that many werewolf minis.
Okay. Then I will yell at them like they're bad dogs in
Okay.
my yard.
Okay. Give me a
Rabbit's cat.
intimidation with your strength.
Okay. $23.
Okay. And then give me a wisdom check. Not saving throw,
wisdom?
just a wisdom check.
22.
Okay.
So you yell at them. What do you say? Just bad dogs. Down.
Yeah.
Down, boy. You see all of them look up at you, drop whatever they're carrying, and just stand staring at you. Again, you manifest a vision of Brito Jiger once again, giving that, giving the ability to the this time it's not just the witch wolves, but the cold-born, I forget what the name of the other ones
The
are.
pig-born.
But the pig one,
Pig-born.
and the rat one, and the tiger one. I forget what their names actually are.
Pigborn.
For the other one.
Pigborn is the new official
They're
name.
not. I forget what they're called. I have to find it again. And all of them stop and pause, and just kind of stare at you.
Wait, bears, rats, boars, wolves, tigers.
Heads, shoulders, knees, toes.
So you weren't wrong when you said pigs.
I knew. I
Yeah,
remember that
okay.
You can't be Boris against the pig clan.
Yeah.
They actually have another name. I just forget what they are. But you would know anyway, so.
They are the snouted.
All right.
The Wartborn.
5. That's them. They all just kind of just stand there in a daze for this 6 seconds. 6. Ervosk runs another 60 feet. So he's 30 off.
30 off the map.
Yeah.
Ah, I can catch him. How's...
Okay. One.
So how far am I from him?
I should be able to catch him. With 160 foot movement, I should be able to catch him.
85.
25. I'm gonna run 30. That gets me 55.
Yep.
Puts me in range for Toll the Dead. I'll
Nice.
move first.
Bruce is looking around for Adam.
Where'd he go?
Adam is taking time for his favorite hobby, so he gets to roll a wisdom
Taking
saving
damage.
throw. No, murder.
Taking damage by dealing damage.
No, murder.
Will be
Taking damage by dealing damage.
Dang it. Okay, no, I don't get to get him.
Yeah. Cantrips are suckered.
I know. Whatever. I don't have.
What's it called?
I don't have many ways to do
Winner
this.
suck. Sucker save. Yeah.
Yep.
Saber sucks.
Saber suck. Yeah.
I'm 55 behind him right now. So I'm going to go ahead and cast, as a bonus action, Expeditious Retreat. So I can take as a bonus another bonus action. Yeah, to do that second bonus action, I have to spend a mote. But I can move another 30 feet, so I'm 25 feet behind.
When you cast a spell, you can move as well. A lot of people miss that.
You're right.
Like, you get movement when you cast a spell.
Yes, I don't need the moat. Yep, and I'm 25 feet behind him. You are correct. We've already been over that. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah. I don't know why Caleb Widowgast did it once, and I thought it was so cool, and I was like, oh, Expeditious Retreat. All right. That's useful.
I like that it's expeditious retreat, but most people use it to run towards something.
Yeah. Oh, he used it to run away.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah. It was a fantastic scene.
I'm out.
Yeah.
All right. 2.
I am going to cast Haste on Brynguard.
Okay.
I am going to have him take the Disengage action as an extra action because of Haste. And I'm...
Does the extra action has to be for attack.
Attack
You-
or Disengage.
You can use it. I gotcha.
Yep, you can.
I read the rules.
Good job.
Good job.
And I'm going to fly 160 feet after Ejarl. Yeah.
We'll count what's on
Or
on
whatever his
here,
name
'cause
is.
I don't know what that is. And then he's 30
15,
off.
20,
this
25,
map.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55.
So he'd be 10 off.
I'd be 10 off, which is perfectly fine.
So he's 20 ahead of you right now.
Oh, man, this guy. He's... Whew.
And I'm going to have Brynguard, as a bonus action, shoot quills at him. No disadvantage.
Finally! I have deserved that this entire night!
Tell Brayden what it is.
Yeah.
Got a natural 20!
Oh, boy.
Finally!
Gotta remember, I've got a 3-year-old sister upstairs sleeping. And it's coming through the house.
Make this one count.
But I am just too excited for this. Okay. So that's... 48 plus 3.
I think it's 48 damage. I was like, holy crap.
I wish.
I never
There's
knew
an
you
8.
were-
There's another 8.
Wow.
There's a 4. And there's a 5. Alright. 16 plus 20, 25, 26, 27, 20, 28 magic piercing damage to Ajarl.
Nope. Not a Jarl. You tagged the wrong
Or
guy.
whatever his name is.
Oh, poor Jarl.
Ajarl.
All the way back here, he goes,
What's it look like?
I guess just as he's flying, his almost like the feathers on the back of his head kind of unfurl, and quills just kind of fling
That's all.
off,
Alright.
and
as you're
they
like
stab.
speeding.
They stab kind of through his back, right through the heart,
Alright.
and out the front.
So he just, you see multiple quills pierce through what was a very hard hide towards bludgeoning, but not so great towards piercing. And you see him on the other side, and then you see him take a few steps forward and just fall over.
And you guys hear from Brynguard a loud roar of triumph.
You have like 4 hit points left.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
I
So
assume he's
one
running. I
freaking
assume
time I get a
he's again.
20.
Very
I
nice.
was like,
To be fair, that was my
I was like,
first.
I hope I roll this save because otherwise he's dead.
what was
Oh,
the
I
natural
would have attacked him
roll
with
on my
Brit.
save?
I would have attacked him with Midnight.
It was 2.
Oh, wait, no, 'cause I
rolls.
used
I rolled a 15
my action
on
to
the
cast
die and
haste,
5 on the
so I
other
wouldn't have
one,
been able
so
to.
if you really
But I
did
would have
that,
chased him next turn, and he would have been
Yeah.
attacked with
He
a
wasn't
regular
gonna make
attack.
it, yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna make it no matter
I rolled
what.
he has.
Oh, even his teleport wouldn't save him.
That's true.
I could move 160 feet
Yeah.
and attack him
okay.
and
So I had a
quills.
5 and a 15. And then it
I could
was
quills,
plus
run,
7 to that, so you get 22
and attack.
total.
Oh, okay.
and I don't
it's
think he would have been
27.
able to get
Yeah.
But I was like,
more than
how did that happen?
160
Yeah.
feet.
Oh,
But
22.
Like, if he
15
got
is plenty, yeah.
Yeah.
more than 80, I would have had to run.
15 was
Oh well.
Have to waste that counter spell.
Okay.
Would have just pumped all the damage into it.
I will pull us out of initiative unless anybody wants to do things
Mm-mm.
aggressive right now.
Actually-
I want to do a lot of progressive things right now.
I'm gonna grab the horn off him.
Well, you don't have any more.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
On Smith's turn, he would just get
Midnight,
he would get 60
Midnight
feet
can take
closer, and if seeing he's dead, he would just scream, yell, rage.
Adam's
He
gonna
doesn't
stop
have a range.
running and just walk up and walk over around to look at his face.
Okay. It's
Oh,
kind
plus
of a
30 feet.
Face of horror, like his eyes are open, his mouth is open.
Adam's just gonna
tongue's
say,
sticking out.
too bad.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
If I had killed him, I would have felt right about taking his ears, but
You can have his ears. Go ahead.
no, it's a matter of principle. I only take the ones when I do the killing blow.
Sagata, when you hurt.
No,
because
these ears belong to you.
I mean, Bringard, if he so chooses to feast, go ahead.
He's still a wolf?
We should.
Is he still a wolf?
Bernard, can you can we
It's been
use
6
your
seconds,
strength?
so.
Can we use his strength to roll him over?
Assuming
We
you
can
guys-
We could
unless you
probably
guys
move
investigate
him
him,
over, yeah.
pick him up, shake him so all
Yeah, I
change
could
falls
probably,
out.
carry him over to the field to show
Everyone
that
can
he's
drop
dead.
their initiative cards back. So after you guys kind of, I don't know what all. Bruce, what are you doing?
I'm telling all of the wolf witches, witch wolves.
They're wolf witches now.
There are some wolf witches. But
Wolf stirring a pot.
Telling all the witch
A wolf that can
wolves
turn into a human.
gather up close in front of me and to sit down.
I'll tell you
Crisscross
a tale.
applesauce. Stay on your carpet square.
Quick, come here, boss. You better sit down.
they all gather around you and sit down. We don't have to move all the minis together. I think Garces is in there too.
He comes
Did I
up.
leave?
He's
Oh,
like-
yeah.
He's like, hey guys.
Yeah, sure.
This looks fun.
I always knew story time would be a part of this.
He's all like, Master, can I go with them? I want to go listen to see what's going on there. Is that right? All right, cool. You didn't say no.
Midnight is gonna have Bringard carry the body back.
You don't give him clear directions.
Yeah,
He's gonna do
I'm
his
gonna
own thing.
I like
walk behind you, and I just want
Like he's flying up in the air, holding the body
and
by one of the legs.
I'm walking back behind you.
Like,
I just want
off the
following where the
ground.
body is because I want to.
So what are you guys doing over here?
Bringard is carrying the body back.
Okay.
Hey Smith, let's investigate this thing. See what he's got. See if he knows
oh.
anything about
As
this
you're bringing
being.
the body back,
bringing
you
it
notice
over.
his form is changing back and eventually turns into he's a large man, but
Is he naked?
nah, he's probably got something on, some tattered rags or something. No, stuff merges in, so he's got
Yeah.
clothes.
Can
So,
I
I'm-
take the horn off of him before, or
Oh yes, please. I'd rather
Yeah.
not touch that.
Yeah, we don't want you touching that.
Excuse you? Okay, now I am touching it. I take the horn off of him.
Okay. You have the horn.
Okay.
Can I lift it up higher as he's trying to do that?
It's already in my hands. What do you want to do with it?
Yeah, I got to it.
You already got to it. Does it do anything to him?
Do you want to
just
look at?
just hold it?
Oh no! Let me find a
Oh,
rock.
yeah.
We'll put it on a rock. Ready? You got a hammer. Yeah, you can smash that. Okay. All right. Smash.
All right, start smashing at it with the hammer.
Give.
Not really trying to damage it, but symbolically
Suck
using the smash action, but using the hammer to try to. Well, I guess maybe I do have to destroy it, but trying to suck the essence
Okay.
into the hammer.
Give me.
That's probably not how that works.
No, that's okay. Give me a check with one of your tool proficiency.
That means I get advantage?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And there's some other bonus too. Hold on.
Kind of uncrafting this thing.
I feel kind of sorry that Bruce didn't get the
Yeah, I
kill
get my
here, and
proficiency,
that
so-
Bringard got the final blow. But
Uh,
at least he's dead.
Well,
Also
cut off his
throw in
ears.
Proficiency, throw in your intelligence also.
Yeah, now they're just
Okay.
normal ears.
And I'm gonna come over and just give you a big pat on the shoulder. You're doing a great
guidance.
job, and take
And what?
guidance and guidance from me.
And guidance.
It's free.
So
Resistance, I don't know if
No
that
reason
helps.
you shouldn't do that.
yeah, it's like
12
hot dogs at a church fair. Just
plus
take
guidance is a D4.
it. Yeah.
So plus 12. So advantage plus 12 plus a D4, and then I can add another plus 4 if I need to. Oh gosh, that's a natural 18 on the first one, and a natural 16. So 30 plus 1
You're going to become the Dark Lord right now.
plus
That's
4, so 35.
35.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you go to hit this, you hit this thing. The first time you hit it, it kind of reverberates a little bit, and you hear just like a tone given off from it. You have a moment as that hammer hits. You have a moment that connects with, as you connect with it, that kind of flashes to. Hold on, I need to look up something real quick.
I have now turned around and joined you guys.
Hey, Bruce, you okay?
Whoa.
Is everyone sitting crisscross applesauce?
Yes, they are.
They're watching us unmake this horn, huh? This is
Okay,
epic.
wow.
Got an audience.
I saw that.
What
I
is
killed-
this, like story time or detention?
More of the detention type, yeah.
I saw that I killed
Hey,
that
Rallick
son
isn't
of a
in
chef.
detention. And I call Rallick over.
Got a very slow movement speed.
Okay. You see a vision of a dwarf lord holding this thing and darkness going into it. And as you hit it the second time, the thing just shatters into pieces.
Oh. Out of character, I think I know something.
So I wouldn't have been able to,
Analyze.
after that vision, readjust what I was doing to just pull the darkness out.
There's no darkness.
Wait, what was the vision I had?
Of dwarf lord,
Yeah,
and there was darkness going into the horn, but yeah.
that's what. Yeah,
And you're trying to suck the acids, the dark acids out afterwards, after the first hit.
if possible.
Yeah, you even making that adjustment, you're nothing, and the thing just shatters.
Oh, okay.
Even if you don't go for that second hit, even if you try and it just
Yeah.
shatters in front of you.
So what
No-
happened?
No shadowy darkness or anything comes out of it. It just dissolve, kind of just, and then you see it kind of disintegrate.
What? Wait. What happened?
He's gone, I think.
At the
Did you
same,
see anything?
At the same time as that happens, Adam's eyes glaze over.
I'm
he
just
begins to
standing.
have what's that?
I'm just standing or I fall over.
No, you're standing.
Okay.
And he begins to have a vision.
Oh, vision. Okay, this is good. I could say if you started taking people
suddenly
to spell
sees
magic.
himself.
No, I still was.
Um,
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think I know what Dwarf Lord is. And I think there's
He
a
sees
reason
himself
why we
standing-
haven't encountered him yet.
in front of
It's because someone got
someone
caught
he
in the city.
identifies as the Verdant Lord, the King under the mountain, the Elf King,
King. We haven't heard of him yet.
and the Lord of Thunder.
There's so many references only in that one vision.
Verdant Lord, the Mountain King.
The King under the mountain. I think I said Mountain King, but yeah, King under the
You
mountain.
said King under the mountain.
Elf King
Mm-hmm.
and
The Lord of
the
Thunder.
Lord of Thunder.
I'm standing in front of them.
They're standing in front of him. In the hand of the Verdant Lord is a piece of raw elemental earth.
That's what I thought.
In the hand of the King under the mountain is this horn.
That's what I thought.
In
Slash
the
was
Elf
afraid
King's
of.
hand is a ring. There's also a casket nearby made of scales of metallic dragons. And the Lord of Thunder is doing some kind of magic that you can't really identify. And you're probably in this trance for a good 10 minutes. You guys just see Adam go blank after the hammer smashes the horn.
Midnight pays no
Destroys the
attention.
horn. Hits it the first time and then dissolves it. Whatever you did for the second thing. If you tried to suck the essence out, it just dissolves. If you tried to smack it again,
If I'm able to change my mind, I think I would have smashed it. Like, because the vision I had was a dwarf lord.
Mhm.
Yeah, screw those guys.
Yeah. You're like,
Dwarves.
you just keep going.
Shuffle.
Crazier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonus.
You don't like those guys when they
No.
tried to kill you in Cartana.
Yeah, I think there's. a
Yeah,
reason
Eric
why we
forgot
have
for a little
that
bit. Smith,
Dwarf guy.
he's still pretty fired up. He would have smashed the head.
And then
I'm
you
just-
pop out of it
Okay.
after 10 minutes.
So I don't go up in the
he's
air and all my
standing there
my bones break or anything bad
No,
like
no,
that.
no bones breaking. No eyes getting sucked out of your head. None of
None of that. Okay, good.
Just your eyes just went white. Also, how old were you?
8, I think you
How
always said.
old was? What do you mean when?
What's your cursed age? 8 or
9. 9
You're
years
now
old.
10 years old.
Do I know that?
Yeah.
He looks the exact same though.
I will say. Oh, okay. I come out. What do I feel? Do I feel weird or like strained?
Yeah. Yeah, you're a little. You're not.
Wait,
You're
it's
not
full
quite
time of minutes he was
exhausted.
in the
but-
trance. Put him in the trance for longer. Control his age with the trance.
Corey,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna talk to Corey and I'm gonna use a 5th level spell of Legend Lore,
Okay.
which I describe. I'm gonna describe the 4 people I saw on the casket.
Mhm.
And I get a brief summary of what I was looking at. Well, actually, before I do that, I'm just gonna first of all do a history check to recognize. Do I recognize these people as part of our world?
Give me a history check.
Okay. 25.
Yes, they sound like icons of the past, of a past age.
Then I am going to use Legend Lore
Past age, okay.
because I don't have.
I was going to
Many
say probably
spells
the reason
left,
why we haven't encountered
but I
that
really
dwarf guy
wanna
is
know
because
what
we
that
didn't
was
get
all
far in
about.
Cartaria, but that's not the reason, I guess.
Just look up legend.
Sure.
Better understand.
It was one of those spells. I got it on. It's like a spell I don't have to count as spells. No.
Oh, nice.
I didn't choose it, but I literally thought I was like, I might never use this thing, and here I am using it like one session later.
Okay. I already told you that they're icons. You know them as icons from the 12th age, which this is the 13th age. So one age ago, which ages are thousands of years, so it's not like it happened yesterday or something. Did not happen.
It's not like during the Clinton administration.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is.
like a long time ago.
It did not happen during your lifetime, which you're what, hundreds,
You should be
thousands, bajillion years old.
10, 20, who knows?
I'm mining my data to see what information I want to give you.
Fair. You don't have to give me everything on Legend Lore.
No, I don't. These were icons that engaged in the Great War against the Dark Lord in the 12th Age.
That's what I was thinking.
In addition, they were all given powerful magical artifacts from the gods. Items that have been called in the past the bestowed. I can't remember what the names of all of the given are, or what they were. And-
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would I, from this, know what, at least what, not know the name of it, but what the object the Lord of Thunder had? Because I just saw him doing magic. I didn't see an object.
No.
What do I?
No,
what-
actually, from this, you know that there was another person in that room that you couldn't see.
So there was a fifth person I couldn't see. Where is that?
Somebody else was helping whatever was happening in here happen.
I think I'm now out of character. Because obviously Midnight doesn't know of any of this.
It was Grug.
That's actually could be a good theory.
Fifth person I couldn't
but-
see. There's that. Another question?
I have a theory,
Oh, yes, of course.
not only about the characters
The ring.
in the vision, but about the artifacts.
Do I, can you tell me the setting, the style, and if is there stone, like just visual description of what the ring looked like?
There's a pretty elegant silver ring with a like white opal stone in the middle of it, kind of a leafy type pattern. That ring, with legend lore I will give you with that ring, has gone out of legend. Or has been is one of those like forgotten. Not sure whatever happened with it.
So it's not the ring that I took to Orin in my first session. Okay, I can say that pretty obviously just on sight. Peace of Elemental Earth, the horn we just saw, the ring. I don't know what the Lord of Thunder had, and it felt like. Does it feel like someone like maybe I'm standing in front of that person, or they're just invisible to me?
The other person?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly in front of him. Yeah. It seems like maybe you might have been in front of him. In your vision. It's not very clear as to where you are.
Do I understand anything? I totally say no. Anything
It's
more
like
about
a
the
cool
casket
scene in like an animated
nearby
series.
from Metallic Dragons?
Yeah, actually, they're the fallen metallics. The metallics were actually icons of the 12th age, and they consisted of all metallic types. Basically a highest tier level strength version of each one of them. So a silver, a bronze, copper, and a brass, but not a gold.
So these are 4 dragons.
Yeah.
Their scales that
Yeah.
they had fallen.
Yeah.
And they're very powerful.
Yep.
Why-
They made a casket out of them?
Did I see this casket open or not?
No, it's close.
It was close.
Not gold.
Not gold.
Eric is loving this lore drop. Smith has no idea.
Same with Midnight. I have so many theories revolving around this now.
Yeah.
Some of them are theories that don't even work, like our artifacts are tied to
guys-
theirs.
I mean, you guys as players are hearing this, but you guys
Yeah.
as characters have no idea this.
Yeah.
So,
Well, oh, you're right because I'm doing it through legend lore.
this is all knowledge. Everything that's happened thus far, except for
And I just sit on the
My
ground.
piddly
And I'm
little
just doing
vision.
this,
yeah.
and just like you see my face is like moving a little bit, like blurring in time.
Doing the Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Doing the doctor's. No, just like, but it's like just tighter and smaller. I'm like shaking a little bit and closing my eyes really tightly as I'm learning all this information. Yeah. I think those are all the fair questions I might ask about this.
Ask some unfair questions.
I will give you one more thing. I think.
He's
Yeah.
the answer will be no.
He's giving us all the information we're gonna get.
Hold up.
Can I turn my head to the right? Be awesome.
You also see this image of being that looks like this. Briefly. And that's all I'm going to give you of it.
Can you send me that image?
Nope. That's all you get.
It's that one
It
scene
was
from
fleeting.
Avatar: The Last Airbender where Sokka is being trained in the way of the sword, and he gets one image of like the waterfall.
Now paint.
Now paint this, and no peeking.
That's all you get. That's all you as the player get, and that's all you as the character get.
That's fun.
It won't be the last time you see it.
No, it won't.
Or
I don't know.
Try and draw it again.
What are all the parts that were important today?
If I had seen it, I would have
That's
made a
the last
mental
thing you
image
see.
I
of it
love
in my
what I
head
just
and
saw,
draw.
by the way. I love what I just saw.
I'm curious as to what you picked up out of that one. So.
I think I saw several very cool details in that image. That's fun. But I see that, and then suddenly I like gasp and like fall back.
It's a crack.
Oh. I'm just laying on the ground for a minute.
Midnight is not paying attention.
Oh,
He is too
Chuff.
enthralled in his victory.
Oh.
Like how
Are you guys just watching me?
Midnight is not paying any attention whatsoever.
I don't know,
is
Bruce
For
is
once,
having
we
a
more-
powwow, I think, with the...
Oh, are you powwowing?
I'm have a little teacher time with the.
I'm watching
Also
you
for
intently.
show and tell if you need.
Are all
Like,
of
if
your
you're
undead servants
explaining
watching me?
No, they're
too?
all down here with story
Oh,
time.
okay. They're down there with story time.
Yeah.
If you
Not like-
Why are you
start
watching me?
explaining some of the
You seem like you weren't okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Are you feeling like stabbing me?
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no. Can you fix it?
Like before?
Can you fix the thing you just destroyed?
Oh. No.
Oh, Chef.
Midnight turns around. Wait, would a fabricate
It-
spell do that?
What? I mean, maybe. Probably not.
I
That
could-
thing was really special and important.
I
It was
probably tell
already corrupted.
Yeah.
It couldn't be saved. I sucked the darkness out of it, and that caused it to be destroyed. I didn't destroy it.
Oh, so where did the darkness go?
It
Are the
vanished.
materials? Oh wait, the materials are not still there, correct?
was destroyed.
So you took the dark-
There's pieces of it still.
So you
Oh,
took the
there's pieces
darkness
of it?
out of it,
So
out
all
of
the
the
pieces
horn.
are still there.
And destroyed it.
It's a lot of little pieces.
That's.
I'm gonna
fine.
go start looking at them and like gathering them up.
Okay.
Hold on, leave those there. I might be able to fix it.
I don't think you can. This wasn't just an object or just a magical object. This was very powerful. Yeah. This is-
What did Smith's destruction of that do to the witch wolves? Anything at all?
No.
Okay.
Do an insight.
It does say the quality of the
Insight.
objects made
And Smith.
with or by this spell is word I can't pronounce because I don't know how to pronounce it. Basically equal with the quality of the raw materials. Creatures or magic items can't be created or transmuted by this spell. Those can't use it to create items that originally require a high. Okay, never mind. Because magic items, and that was most definitely a magic item.
So as I ask you, I'm gonna ask you like, where did the darkness go?
It's destroyed.
So I'm gonna inside check that.
Oh, just that? I mean, that was true as far as I know.
Well, I saw everything you just did.
That might be your interpretation of it, yeah.
That was Eric's interpretation of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just insight. I don't know why you told me to.
Well-
Inside the DM.
What'd you get on your insight?
22.
Yeah, you beat me. So Smith did also destroy the horn. I don't know if that because that's what we
Pieces
ultimately
of it.
decided, right? Like I was like
Yeah,
smashy,
yeah.
smashy, and
There's
I'm
pieces of it shattered now.
yeah, and I told you otherwise.
Midnight kind of looks up. I don't think I can fix that.
Smith, I saw what happened.
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, let me talk to Smith. I saw you didn't just destroy. You destroyed it with the hammer.
Well, the hammer is what I've used to make things and enchant things, and I figured it would also unmake something. Disenchant. You know, it was worth a shot. It seemed to work.
I think I know what you're saying, Adam. This wasn't just corrupted by it, it was also holding it sort of like this earth element, and Midnight pulls out the earth element. Like, this isn't corrupted now.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta get you to fix that with the hammer. Because we just released another part of the spirit, I think. Sort of like Orin was saying. I think there's only one part left.
Which I did. I was that was my fault as well. I just realized. Yeah, that's awesome. Cool. All right. I'm doing good work though. That's all I know.
Smashy, smashy.
Yeah.
I think I
I'm pretty
can't say this for certain, but I think our purpose here is to recreate it. Bring these artifacts together. Find Orin. Maybe he knows more than we do.
Why do you care so much about this horn?
Well, if it's what's
It was
containing the
A
dark...
vessel for the Dark Lord.
Oh yeah, but if it's just like this earth element...
That is what Bruce said, right? That the Dark Lord was in the horn.
I mean, that's what he seemed to have said. Yeah.
That's what we. That's what.
You sit down.
I'm sorry.
He keeps touching me.
I need to pee. I really, really need to pee.
Adam just goes,
Right, I'll pee on myself.
okay, good job.
Do you think the hammer could recreate that? With its magical abilities?
I've not. I mean,
didn't Kalar say it's been used before to create great things?
what's been used before?
The hammer.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
wondering if maybe Kalar knows something we don't. Maybe we should go... No, that might be too much to ask. If we go back to Kalar with the pieces...
Why do we need to recreate the horn?
Actually, Adam, you
That-
explain a little bit. Because I know the horn's important, just like this earth element is, but I don't
How?
know the rest of the
I
story.
will
here.
explain. I know enough about history that I think that object, all I know about it is that it was used to stop a similar problem in history and one age ago. So, could you try?
And if not, we have to find a replacement. And I don't think they sell that at the nearest market.
It seems ill-advised. It was somehow a tool for the guy that's been trying to do bad things in the world. Why would we want to recreate that?
I think it's Orin's...
Tools can be, it all depends on who the user of that tool is, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Depends on who the user of the tool is. It was used to slow him down before.
Okay.
I think Orin and Kalar both know more than we do about this. I think we should go to one of them to help.
If
Because I think Kalar might know more. And we know where Kalar is. We don't know where Orin is.
Kalar had some insight on the corruption that was spreading through the
Yeah.
forests in Penmer,
Forests
so
and Penmer.
My thought is,
Just slightly.
there's the order of events most likely seems to be the Dark Lord was rising an age ago. There are certain artifacts. I know they're called the Bestowed. They were used to stop him in some way. I'm not sure how. Let me finish. To stop him in some way. And now we know that one of them was corrupted. Recently, some time ago. But even if it happened 100 years ago, it seems possible that the Bestowed were corrupted, and that's why he's able to return. So I don't think the object itself has to be all bad.
That's just about...
It's
Of
just
course,
perhaps
absolutely.
maybe the Dark Lord used his servants to find the Bestowed and corrupt them.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
Where'd you get the element of Earth again?
from the Badger Cave.
Exactly. That's another one of the bestowed. And it was corrupted, but that doesn't
And-
mean it's bad.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's fine now, and Minute pulls out the Earth Element again to show.
How did we recover that? I don't remember.
It was there after he went poof.
Okay.
We killed this little dark spirit guy, which I think Mr. Wolf Chief here was acting as that dark spirit for this horn. Now, I don't disagree that destroying the horn wasn't the right move. But I also agree with Adam here in the fact that we need to figure out a way to fix it. I think Kalar could help us, or Orin, but again, we don't know where Orin is. Or one of the icons of this age.
What's your hesitation, Smith?
It seems to me that we've solved the problem of the Dark Lord. He's gone.
Well, that's the thing,
And
as
so if
Orin
we
was saying to us.
Recreate the
Every
horn.
time we destroy one of
Maybe
these.
he'll come back.
I
Maybe
think so.
he'll be
if
able
we-
to manifest.
Not if we build it the right way. You have control over what you build. So if you don't put the darkness
Like,
into
he's
them-
gone now. Why do we care
He's
about
not
the horn?
gone now, Smith.
He's still out there. Just like how when we dispatched him from the Earth Element, that part of him was free. There's 4 parts of him.
There was no obvious sign that he, like, fled or anything like that, right?
No.
Yeah.
There's this, the water. Then there's the earth. There's probably a fire and an air out there somewhere.
Smith, yeah, and Hart. Smith, he's not gone.
I watched him, like,
Yes, you watched
Dissolve.
part of him dissolve. You didn't watch all of him dissolve. He was supposed to be gone an age ago. Was able to be in Kalaria and in the Badger Cave and here in this horn. Those are very different places.
And somewhere else.
well,
where
he
Orin
escaped from
was.
those places after our battles with him. This time he didn't escape. We
What-
caught him in the horn.
And you think
And
that
destroyed
was
it.
enough to destroy him?
That's what it looked like.
So why do you think that wasn't just a piece of him, or maybe it was like a window into talking to him? Why are you assuming it was him? It could have literally just been a magical window for him to speak through, like a Palantir.
Oh,
Yeah.
You don't know that it was him.
Or,
Neither do I.
Or like the shadows we experienced within that crystal cave.
Yes, it could be a piece of him. It could be a servant of his.
Okay.
We don't know that it was him.
Yeah, it is. We were just kind of taking Bruce's word for it, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever darkness was in it is gone.
Okay,
But it might
that's
not
good.
have been him.
That's good.
Yeah.
I think we do need to rebuild this. I agree with Adam. And I think our best bet for that is going back to Kalar, or maybe even the Kalar Cave.
Maybe
Or both.
using maybe light orbs as well.
light
So
orbs
it's-
and this, and Midnight pulls out his light orb unrefined crystal. That might also help. I mean, whatever we're going to do, I have a feeling like the Glade of Kalar is going to give us more power than we're going to have anywhere else. I mean, think about it. All the areas that we've been to, what's the most positively charged area? The Glade of Rebirth, where Kalar was reborn.
I see your point. That's not a bad place to go. Just because there's a lot of magic there doesn't mean that there is
There's a lot
magic.
of light magic.
Well, let me finish. It doesn't mean that there's a lot of magic craft there. Those are
It's
different
fair.
things.
There's the statue people.
We
They're
don't know that those
kind
were
of magic
crafted there. We need someplace
That's
with
fair.
magic craft.
But Kalar might be able to give us the knowledge for that.
Yes, I agree. I'm just saying that might not be our one-stop fix.
It's fair. That might give us some tools to help, though, and I think that's a good place to start. I mean, do you have any suggestions
So
on any other place?
I was watching him destroy the horn. Did I see darkness move anywhere?
No.
I
Did
just saw
we
the horn
s-
being smashed.
I don't remember. Did we see the darkness from the Badger Horn? Like, or the Badger Horn, the Earth Element dissipate? No, because we all had visions. We all had many visions of, like, fears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Honestly, I did not expect this music to go so well at this moment. I'm like
does,
listening to
yeah.
the music, and I'm like,
I'm gonna gather
this
the
seems to
pieces.
be the theme for this.
Put them in this little box that I have. Is that all right with you, Smith?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You guys are welcome to do
I think that's a
checks
good
on
idea.
this too, if you want to do anything like investigations or anything like that.
Let me
Or
go ahead.
knowledge checks, maybe.
Try.
You're welcome to do
I want to
Check certain.
do some kind of
I
check
mean,
to determine how difficult it would be to recreate it if I'm being asked to do that.
that. Okay.
I could only craft
With
common and
perception work.
uncommon magic items at this point.
Yeah. Give me. I guess a tool proficiency check, just a normal tool proficiency check. So, I mean, it's
Without advantage.
yeah, because it's more on the
I'm not-
history
yeah.
of it.
Oh gosh, that's great. Natural 19, 28, 27.
Yeah, the recrafting of this, from the best of your knowledge, would be beyond your abilities. This is icon level power that would go into creating something like this.
Do I have any idea where? I know what race made it. Do I have an idea of where it was made?
Oh gosh.
Give me a history check.
Well, no, because there's no icon there.
I don't think there's an icon in Cartaria. Let me check. Yeah, there's no icon in Cartaria. The closest icon
23.
is in Qualor. That's entirely possible.
Double check, make sure what I wrote.
There is an icon. There is an icon in the opposite forest of Kalar.
It wouldn't be the same, but it would be. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be the same.
Could go through so much of my lore. Yes, it was in the mountain stronghold of. You remember hearing some lore of something happening in the 12th age in the mountain stronghold of the king of the under the mountain.
But we don't know where that is.
Which would be where the dwarf lord resides nowadays, which is in
It's Cartaria.
no.
Mm-mm.
No. Wait, no. That's a different continent. Where is it?
I think it's Bradorg is the name of it.
Not
Trying to pull my
this.
map up again. My map got messed up.
What does the icon look like?
That one's actually a statue of a dwarf, I think. What? That's right. I should have it over somewhere.
It's like the winged statue, or no?
It's near the volcanoes.
Near the volcanoes. Okay.
I think it's called Bradorg.
Bradorg. Yeah, it's right underneath.
Yeah. I didn't see an icon down there.
That is
so-
where, no, there's a statue there. It's not a.
I
didn't-
see.
When I created this, I didn't have enough. This is before I
Didn't
got
have enough
Incarnate,
lore.
so I didn't have enough custom items that I could put into that one. There's a few of them that have statues next to them. So like the chasm with the gold worm has a statue next
Okay.
to it, I believe, and then the priestess, I believe, has a statue.
Yeah, I was looking for the icons.
There's a couple.
We should make an updated unbelievables map with all the icons on there.
That's,
I might
yeah.
do that.
Ah, there it is. Never mind that.
I did not expect such an intense side quest.
Yeah,
out of this. Man,
Go
alive.
across.
That
We're gonna
was
have to go
something.
cross land. Time to turn Bringard into a movement tech.
It was eventually going to happen.
Which I was planning on doing
Faster than
anyways
I thought
to-
you would.
Yeah.
Because you guys actually had a task ahead of you as to something that you were supposed to go do.
Yeah, yeah.
We obviously didn't care about
We're,
getting going on.
Yeah.
I was like, huh? What's that? Yep. So
Scribble in their zoo. That
I'm going to
one
shift
guy
over to
was-
Bruce real quick. What's going on with you and the wolves and Coldborn over there in your little powwow session?
I want to try to have the same conversation that I had with Ijan and Ijarl back in the old cave when we first ran into them, just to find out why did they attack us? What are they trying to gauge what's been going on in their heads?
Sure.
If they've been charmed, basically, is what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah. So you kind of get a similar response. I'm not going to role play out a response because it's multiple guys that kind of give it, but you kind of get a similar, like, there's a fog, things are hazy, things are unclear, but you're dealing with some people who are farther in the hierarchy of things now, so they're understanding some things. So they do tell you that every other day they had to come before Vosk and essentially kind of drink from the horn or intake something from the horn, and that gave them the ability to manifest both the wolf head and the arms at the same time. So simultaneously they could do that, which most Coldborn or most skinwalkers can only manifest one or the other, or like one aspect of it at a time. Vosk seemed to be so deep into that he was able to just go full out like hybrid style. He wasn't really like you in that he wasn't really blessed with this ability. It seemed something was corrupting there. And so that was what was giving them the power and the ability. As you talk with them, give me a persuasion check with advantage, or whatever that is nowadays. Diplomacy.
That's persuasion.
That's persuasion.
It's persuasion. All right, I was right the first time I said it.
And then you went back to
No, it's
Pathfinder.
Pathfinder.
Yeah.
3.5.
13.
13. Okay. Where was I going? They're kind of hesitant to note this, but they say finally one of them, like, it kind of goes around, like, and you kind of hear them whispering at first, like, should we tell them? Should we? I don't know. After you speak up a couple times to them and like, hey, just tell me. One of them finally sheepishly kind of says, we think there was something behind this, like more. They say there was something that would come from the woods that would maybe refill the horn.
But it wasn't Dervask, like there was something else that came out of the woods?
Right. But we're not sure what that is.
Where did it come from?
But
Always the same place?
Yeah, they point north of here. We think
That's where
close to the
he was
mountains.
gone.
Close to the
It's the
mountain?
Yetis.
Not the way you guys came. The
Oh,
other
not
way.
the Yetis.
Are you... So when we got here to the woods, or to the beginning of the woods, Ajan and Ijarl were saying that they thirsted for, I'm guessing, basically what's in the horn.
Yeah.
Are they still thirsting for this now?
No. You are noticing though, like, well, I don't know that you're noticing yet. No, the ones that are in your immediate presence, no.
Okay. Are there more of you?
There are more. Yes, there are more out there. Probably as you guys end this conversation, you are seeing some of them, like, these seem to be more of the warrior type. The women and children now are starting to come out and see what's going on, but you're seeing them kind of starting to respond the same way Ijon and Ijaro were, and starting to kind of seem like they're kind of losing it a little bit, and like grabbing their heads and scratching their arms and kind of looking around and trying to figure out like where's some of them are where's our Vosk? We need our dose. We need this. We need.
So all of you drank from this horn,
Yes,
not just you fighters.
everyone, everything. It's what's made our clan strong.
Drink from the horn.
Do
They
you
get a little wafer.
know where the horn
Evil
came from?
communion.
When did it first arrive, and do you know of anything like? Did Arvask just sort of?
There was a chief before Urvosk, and it arrived. The horn arrived when Urvosk, right before Urvosk became chief. And one of the older. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's all I can say.
How did Arvask become chief?
He killed the last one.
So wait, does that mean
Was
Bringar's
Arvask
chief
always
now?
powerful?
Wait,
Like always
Bringar's chief
so
now.
developed?
Strong
Let's
but
go.
dumb as an ox, but always strong. And then smarter. Yeah.
Was he kind of a loner? A lone wolf,
Yeah.
perhaps?
Yeah.
Did he wander, like outside of the village a lot?
No. Not a ton.
North?
I mean, we all the wolves kind of traverse around in different places, so nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, just like everybody else. Yeah.
This horn. Adam, go, please.
You go first.
This horn, it didn't make you stronger, it made you weak. It made you dependent. And you were dependent on something that was awful, and it's something that had no interest in helping you as a clan.
We see that now. At least
For better or for worse.
we do, and the warriors kind of look around. These warriors that are here, they look around at the rest. And is there anything you can do to help the others?
Story time, everyone. Again.
What did you say?
It's a story time, everyone, again.
When did you realize that? When did you realize all of this?
Just moments ago, when whatever you did, that broke us free.
So as people are coming out and they're wandering around, they're not joining the story time. They're just wandering around.
Yeah. There, you see a lot of them beginning to just kind of like search around, and some of them are headed towards where Urvosk's like tent actually would be, and they're starting to see it, and they're like, "Where's Urvosk? Where is he inside?" And they're looking at the warriors and trying to figure out why they're just standing there and not why things aren't.
Yeah.
I will say Bringard is kind of asserting the fact that he is the one who took out Urvosk.
What's that?
Bringard is kind of like hovering over the body of Urvosk. I will say that.
Okay.
Like he's not
They're,
really there.
they're not noticing it, even though Urvosk's
Even though
because
Urvosk's body's
Urvosk
there.
looks human right now.
And they never saw him human.
Can I fit Arvask in the bag of holding?
He's a large size.
I think technically you guys can't put bodies in the bag of holding.
We've done that so many
Well,
times.
because I have gentle repose.
Yeah.
That's-
No, I mean like the size of the opening I think isn't large enough. I looked it up the other day and I was like, oh.
Well, how do people suffocate in there?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always just assumed you could put people
But
in there.
I'm fine with it, yes.
Yeah.
Ravosk is larger, but yes, you could get him in there. I mean,
I guess
you can grab people's bodies in pretty bad,
Sure.
pretty crazy spots.
I'm really out of breath and kind of shaky, but I can go over and I'm just gonna like put my hands on his big gross fur. You just see like a blue wavy light passing out of my hands for about like 30 seconds. And he's not gonna start decaying for a while now.
Sweet. And if you hold open the bag, Bringard's gonna.
Yeah, he's
help.
he's not the large size he was anymore too. He's not really full.
Oh,
So he's medium.
Nice. That's a great.
I mean, he's a big guy. He's bigger than Bruce, but bigger than Uncle Dara.
All of you warriors, go find your families. Go find everyone else in the clan. Bring them here.
And so they start scattering to go find everybody. You don't have to move the minis.
Alright, you gotta add more minis now.
And they just start go hunting people. I mean, some of them they just pull on people real close by, and those people are very resistant at first, but they start telling them things like, "Yeah, Vosk is going to be out here in a moment. Just come on, gather around over here, get in line." And they start. At first, they're kind about it, and then they start kind of asserting their dominance about it, and telling people like, "Get over here! Like, this is where you need to be." And
I'm hoping that between when all this started and right now, it's been an hour so that I can get a short rest.
Yeah.
I
Eventually,
do
by the
wanna-
time they
I do
gather
wanna do
everything, it
something
will
while
be-
they're doing
it will
this.
Be enough for you guys to handle a short rest.
I do want to go up and search Urvosk's tent.
Perfect.
Okay, give me an investigate.
Bringard is also going to help me, so I'm gonna have 2 checks. Or would they give advantage?
Yeah, you guys can all take a short rest in the midst of all this.
Sweet.
Doesn't
Warlocks
matter.
love short rests.
Yeah, they do.
Alright, it's 17 for midnight.
Yeah.
What's that?
And 1 for Bringard. Bringard doesn't see anything.
17, you said?
Yeah, midnight got a 17.
There's nothing really interesting in here. I mean, he's got standard gear for somebody who lives in the woods, and it's nicer than everybody else's stuff, but
I haven't seen anyone else's stuff. Man, I know so much
you
about
assume
this.
it's nicer than everyone else's stuff, but
Time to start searching all the other tents.
um,
Nothing like that would be specific or anything that I would look
no.
for.
Nope.
Alright.
So after it's actually probably about an hour of them gathering people around, because some of them weren't in town and stuff, were in this village. Eventually they bring in all of them. There's probably 75, 80 some people gathered around at this point. They're like, I think we got everybody.
Good. Everyone take a seat.
So they all have a seat.
I'm story time again.
Just sorting.
My name is Bruce McGinnis. I am the chief of the Coldboard clan. I suppose I am now your chief as well.
Bringard kind of looks up and is
one
like,
of the
yeah,
bigger
whatever.
warriors goes, well, you killed Ravosk, so yeah, I guess that's true.
We can say he killed her.
At least that's what Ravosk said. Until one of you rises up to become the chief of the Witch Wolves, which is fine by me.
Well, it's by challenge.
No, it's not by challenge. It's
That's how we do it.
what. Fine, then I'm the chief, and until you challenge me,
Yeah,
I'm the chief.
right. That's what we just said. You killed Ravosk, right?
Kill everyone.
Deception check.
Oh.
Ooh, natural one.
Do they know it's Bringard?
They're like, well, then how did it happen? What'd you do? Because I'm kind of thinking you weren't over there.
I used my magic bear chief powers to summon
What?
lasers from the sky.
It doesn't really matter.
Well,
He's dead.
whoever killed him.
So what happens? I mean, hypothetically, I didn't kill him, but he's dead now.
Right.
Who becomes chief of your clan?
Whoever killed him.
This caused so much of a problem. But I'm partially okay with it, because if you kill Bringard, I can just
Oh, wait.
resummon him. Bringard's the one who killed him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's
So
kind of
who
cool to
killed him?
have an Eidolon as their chief for the time being.
Who killed him?
I don't know. That's my point.
I mean, it's not going to spill the beans yet until
okay.
they become...
You are
really-
missing the point. I'm not here to become your chief.
That's fine. You didn't kill Arvosk, so you can't be our chief.
We're not here to talk about Arvosk. We're your chief.
If Arvosk died of natural causes, who becomes the chief?
They all just gotta.
Right.
For natural causes? That's all one guy says. And they're like, no, shut up. Don't listen to him.
I'm just saying.
I don't remember.
I find that rule of only by kill.
Ooh, I feel like we did. You know, I feel like we had a different way of doing this before Vosk.
Exactly.
Huh. Interesting.
So why can't it change now?
It's going to change now. It will change now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That.
One of you is going to rise up to be the chief. Not by conquest, not by defeat, but by merit.
By
And
telling the
showing
best
that he
storytelling.
put himself before the rest of the clan, or put the clan before himself.
Brian steps forward and pushes Aijan forward and says, I nominate this guy.
What say the rest of you?
I second the motion.
Boo!
The rest,
Awful!
the rest of them let
Ignore
him go. What merit? I guess. What did he do that? And Brian goes, he brought us. If it weren't for him, he'd be still serving Vosk. So yeah. Well, actually, both of them. I'd say both of them. And he pushes Aijala forward. He goes, these two.
I'm gonna put Smith.
Are they twins?
Are they boys or girls? I forgot to ask.
They're twins.
That's what I was thinking. their name.
Ajara.
I think, did we see wolf bits?
I don't look for him
Do
personally.
they wear pants?
They both look at you and go, I mean,
I think they're the most deserving.
we are not that high in the hierarchy at all to
And that is
take
exactly why.
this kind of an honor. I mean,
Hey,
we,
hey, hey, hey!
You guys are good.
Look at me.
yeah, I mean, what?
Listen to Daddy.
Do you want the best for this tribe? For this tribe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why we came here. That's, yeah.
That's why you let us back.
Right, we saw hope in what you had to offer, Bruce, and we thought maybe you could bring that here.
Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for this clan?
Yeah.
Are you willing to work with myself and my clan and the other clans?
Yeah. Thanks. We, this last day and dealing with our differences between Brian and
Is this Brian?
yeah,
Push him.
and just the conversations we've had, we know that our tribes were meant to be one. All of us were. All the skinwalkers were. We weren't. I don't remember what happened, and but we want to find out what happened. We want to get back to the way it was supposed to be, and I think we were stronger together, and we need to reopen that. And one of them, Aijan, turns around and he goes, and that doesn't mean we need to leave the forest, but it means we need to be welcoming of others. We need to stop hiding. We need to stop being cowards.
Friggin' racist. I said that like
And when you are called upon by myself or others to fight for the skinwalkers, you need to be ready as well.
Yes.
So based on this conversation, I also nominate Aijan and Ajarl, but it needs to be up to you, the clan. Are you okay with this? Are there still others, like, still kind of withdrawing at this point?
Yes. Yeah. They're mostly being held, like some are just kind of like losing it, and they're mostly being held by some of the larger warriors and just like, hey, just chill out, like, sit down. I know this is taking longer than usual, but you know, we'll get there.
Then I'll start yelling at them again. Smith?
Real quick, which direction did they point when they said that this is where the thing comes from that refills the horn?
North.
This direction?
The way that he ran.
The way that he was running and teleporting.
Oh, that way.
Yeah.
All right. We're all the three of us are watching that direction broadly.
Midnight's gonna watch that direction. Brainyard is still kind of.
Adam is going to stand in the crowd and boo and hiss whenever he wants to make things worse.
Um.
So Adam also takes up the 2 wolf ears that he cut off the giant wolf. He's wearing them.
I thought you said you don't take.
Hey,
Oh wait, the wolf.
you
not
see,
the-
everyone kind of stops. All the others kind of stop, and the ones that are yelling at you, something snaps in them, and they feel like they start chilling out. One of the older gentlemen, as he comes out of the wolf form, the wolf head, you see he's quite elderly. He walks forward, limping forward, and it doesn't matter.
Who's the
there you
weird
go.
tag-looking one?
He's limping forward, and he says, "Thank you. I remember the stories. I know our past. And we were one clan. And we were together. And we ran. And we hid. And we were the cowards. And we will not be the cowards anymore. I agree these two have showed us today what it means to step forward out of the cowardice and into the courageous future that we have. And once more, we will unite ourselves under the Great Bear. It wasn't us who killed him in the first place, but we were blamed, and that's why we ran."
Interesting.
Thank you.
I hope you fare better than the last Great Bear.
Me too.
And then he hobbles back into the crowd.
Bumps into Adam. Sorry, young.
Yeah. Who's this kid in the way? Young whippersnappers.
Yeah, there you
He's just going, just panting like a dog, probably being deeply insensitive to this race of people.
Hey,
Uh,
wolf appropriation
I
is
will-
not appropriate.
In all ways except for physical, I am a wolf. Have you seen that video? It's a famous find. Never mind.
I'll call Aijan and Ajarl back to consult with us and the Coldborns, and decide, like, do we want to go to the north and hunt this source, or do we want to go back to Oleon or whatever?
I think, as us three were discussing, that horn that Smith smashed may be important, but I also agree that the source could be important. However, if it's another piece of that dark spirit, I'm just afraid that if we release it from whatever constraints it's in, but I also know that it could come back and, well, poison these people again. So, really, it's up to you. We're in your territory.
Jean and Ijar will say, look, we don't know a lot about these kind of things, but I don't think we or anyone in this village should go with you.
I think I agree.
That direction may re-expose us to whatever, and I fear that we would
meet the same fate. I can agree with that.
That's just my take, based on the little bit that we know.
You want to mitigate your risk of exposure to triggers when you're in early recovery.
Bruce.
Smith says that.
Bruce, this little
that's very wise of you.
This island we're on is pretty out of the way of the things we need to do. I think we need to thoroughly take care of business as much as we can before we leave.
I agree.
However that horn got here, I'd like to know any scrap of evidence we can gather as to that story.
Yeah. I think that's the wise thing to do as well.
I mean, we've already destroyed the vessel of the horn. I mean, what's the worst that can happen by doing a little more damage and then fixing it up again?
We don't have to do any damage. We can actually investigate and ask questions for a change. We'll see what happens.
Well, West Thing doesn't like questions.
Maybe that thing isn't here anymore.
Maybe not.
Jean and Ijar, you stay here and you take care of your clan.
That we shall. That we shall. We're gonna get them back in order and figure out where we go from this island, because it's kind of isolated. We'd like to come back into society at some point.
How many people can teleportation circles?
Like, not that many people. Not 75 people.
How many?
There's no limit to it. It just lasts for 6 seconds.
Right.
So however many people can run into a teleportation circle in
Not
one turn.
75.
But if we both cast it twice.
I can cast it twice.
And I can cast it twice.
You can cast it?
I can cast teleportation circle.
Oh.
We could send them to
All the Nephilim. Yeah, that seems like a great idea.
Yeah,
just
or
sweet little gnomes.
That-
Have like
Asodia and Keeper's Hall.
Yeah, we have the one in Keeper's Hall. Yeah.
Are you able to message Grug at all?
I don't have
a bit better.
I've
still gonna freak some people out.
Grug,
can I have company?
prepare a feast.
Yeah. Oh gosh, you don't want that. Oh, cool. 75 witch wolves have come in and now are using experimental Grug food.
Yeah.
It'd be better than what
That
they're
won't
drinking.
cause havoc on Asodia at all.
But
Yeah.
it's a good idea, actually,
It
to
is
go
a-
there, because then we can take them to
It is a good idea. So
Kalari,
when we come
or-
back,
the
yeah,
force of
or
Kalari.
if we go to Nephilim with them,
You want
like we
to leave this
we
island?
send them for.
I mean, I don't know if we want to leave. That's something we have to figure out and decide. We need to reconnect with society, the world around us. We've been isolated for
Thousands of years.
sure, probably. I don't even know if the stories, if what the old man says and his stories are true. Yeah, thousands, probably thousands of years we've been in isolation.
How old's that old man?
He knew the stories. He wasn't necessarily there.
Ah, that's true.
Hey, if that was just destroyed and big guy over there is now dead, if there is somebody hiding north of here with, like, you know, an underground greenhouse of black stuff, like he's like the dealer
Yeah,
of
let's
this,
take him out.
if he's still around, he might have some sort of intuition that things have gone sideways. I kind of, man, I don't have.
I feel like
I
we
don't have
should
much. Let
at
me
least
finish. I don't have much magic.
Yeah, we
But-
should rest here first.
I don't have much magic, but I wanted to ask you guys. You want to rest?
I'm ready to go.
You're ready to go?
I mean, I'm ready, but I feel that
Adam could be useful to us.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't think. Hey, wait! Do you guys hear that? Midnight thinks I might be useful. I might be useful to us.
And I've spoken
Midnight,
too
Midnight has
soon.
developed. Everybody, Midnight doesn't hate me.
I've spoken too soon. Never mind. Let's just go now. I can put him on back. I can put him on the back bringer, and you can sleep on the way there.
I'll walk things.
Well, you can rest.
Do you guys want to
You can regain your spells.
not
Wow.
only regain from a long rest?
Yeah,
Do
it's
you guys
hard
want-
to weigh the.
I think more pros are going to come from chasing down whatever this is than us trying to mindlessly navigate the world, trying to search for a
No,
place
I mean,
to fix the horn.
is there any benefit to rushing in now
I don't
and
think
not
so.
giving him time to prepare?
I don't think so.
Assuming that's even possible.
If
Or is
he
there-
knows, he's probably already prepared.
Yeah,
By the time we get there, he'll be prepared.
there's no cost to waiting long enough for Adam to rest.
I don't think there would be a cost. I think that would be the smartest idea.
Okay, that makes sense.
Midnight
Yeah,
now.
you are incredibly valuable to this team,
Go
and
on.
you are very useful.
When your spells
Don't,
land,
don't
yeah.
exaggerate. Just speak from the heart. Are you listening?
If you are the weak link, we are no team.
I think I
Noted
can
in the
agree.
record. Thank you.
I think I can agree. If Adam is weak, then we'll fall apart. I mean, after all, he's the only one really who can heal us. I mean, I've picked up a few things from him, but I think it is a good idea to stay,
Yeah.
rest up, and then go fight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really good with this dagger. Why don't we just go for it? Let's see how much damage I can do.
I mean, what do you?
I'm
do?
being sarcastic. Let's rest.
All right.
Let's rest.
I am
Bruce.
in
Bruce, give me a wisdom save.
Dang it.
It's here.
for okay.
It's here.
Chef. 6.
Resistance, I believe, because oh no, that wouldn't help enough. At most, it would give you 4. Might give it anyways. It's a cantrip, but I don't know this is happening to you as well. So
One moment, please.
Bruce goes all hack and slashy like Adam does.
Right here, grandfather clock chiming.
you see bats.
You hear a group of small children singing nursery rhymes in a discordant tone.
By a small group of children, you mean Adam.
A small group of Adams.
Yes.
All around the mulberry bush.
I am adding
Yeah.
that. If I ever make an animated series, I'm adding that as a scene, just like as
Adam's
an
using
end
a
of
really
credits
high-pitched, girly
scene.
voice as he sings all of them discordantly.
I am adding this as a like end of credits scene if I were to ever make an animated series for Unbelievable.
I'm singing "Ring Around the Rosie" is what it is.
There's
it's
a good
Black
one.
Death.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just what this is. This is just
That's the one I
black-
was mentally searching for, and the closest one I could come up with was,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But that's the correct one.
Carry on.
Cool.
Can I make an
That's-
insight
that's
check? That
should we
wasn't
ask
suspicious
all
at
of
all.
all of your cousins if we can hang out here tonight? Is that okay with them?
Yes, I'll start by that. Yes.
So you're wearing the ears and calling them cousins.
No, I'm wearing. Those are the ears from the giant white wolf.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're
I'm
his
wearing-
cousins, aren't they? They're distantly related.
That's true.
Skinwalkers.
Also, that was ominous.
We don't know what his wisdom save was for.
Could have just been a random roll. He has said that he's gonna make us do random rolls sometimes just to jump scare us. My guess is that would be one of them.
Roll it with advantage.
I did.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, because I know that.
That was with advantage. Yikes.
Yep, I rolled a 2 and a 3.
I'm assuming he still doesn't have bless.
I have unshakable resolve, giving me advantage on checks against effects that render frightened, charmed, or any effect that alters or harms the state of mind.
Okay.
So you just out of
Wisdom checks.
yeah. Let's just
Yeah.
simplify it to wisdom checks.
Some maybe intelligence.
Okay.
Charisma.
Yeah. That's
As you say.
I don't like this.
So we're gonna rest.
I think so.
Just hang out here, eat some pies. You guys have pies?
What is pie?
Oh my god.
Guys, get me a lot of raw materials and just get me some way to replenish fabricate spell. I'm
What's a pie?
building them a house
Yeah,
to make
John's
pies.
Like, look, you guys have talked about this pie thing a couple times.
Do you have an oven?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Do you have flour from like wheat, buckwheat, rye? We heard. Do you
Like
farm?
crushed up grain.
No, they don't farm. They forage and they hunt. I'm trying to think if they have flour.
Probably
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Probably not.
It's
They'd
kind
hand us
of
blue flowers.
this.
It's got
We're
these.
into pies that are more gnomish foods.
I mean,
I don't think
we've
it's
had others
something
as
you. What?
Definitely not them.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
I know what I want to do.
Man, we gotta bring these guys to Neffelben immediately.
I'm gonna
They really are
when there
disconnected.
as there's downtime, I'm gonna approach that elder witch wolf and explain a teleportation circle and see if he is familiar with like having seen or heard about anything like that around here.
No.
Okay.
It's too bad no one
It's a
has any
one-way
extra
street.
pie. You know. Yeah, if we had some extra
We could
pie.
show them.
Yeah, we could show them and share, because that's the nice thing to do. You know.
We could show them and have no one eat it. And then...
Well, then people could try samples, like small
Oh, I
bites.
see. Yeah.
It'd be a nice cultural
Okay.
experience, but too bad. Anyway,
I'm gonna try persuading Adam. This is a bad idea. But I'm
you
gonna
don't
try
know I have
persuading
five.
him. You earlier said that you had.
You
4
weren't watching.
I was right next
No,
to you.
you weren't. I was in a different part of the line. Oh well.
I was
guess I'll go
literally 5
find some
feet from
berries behind these bushes over here. And,
That's gonna trigger me to make an insight check.
And I'm gonna go for a
No.
Failed.
roll.
That was almost a 20. If that wall hadn't been
Yeah.
there, it would have been a 20.
Come on, Rallick.
Like in the rest of the evening, I'm going to start to try to brainstorm with Ajahn and Ajarl and other kind of elders or higher ranked folks in the clan.
Midnight and
Or-
Ringer are also gonna come over.
I'm over to our continent, which is named Hondor. To possibly have them
Unite.
for the possibility of them living in community with the Coldborns.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of conversation around the fact that they need to create boats and figure out how to
Sailing
get,
works.
Like they said that the best way is through the harbor in the middle. You want to stay away from the stay away from the natural harbor, not a city harbor. And they said they want to stay away from the Slod. They've always kept their distance from them. They're like, well, we got plenty of wood here to make lots of boats and stuff, and
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the safest
we don't
route.
really have the skills per se. They haven't really made boats in years. There's one of the older guys who kind of remembers how to do it, but
I come back around the corner
Moana
with,
vibes.
with tomato sauce all around my lips, and I just like scarfed down both slices of pizza I had remaining. Cause I literally have hiccups. I ate them
Adam
so
pies.
fast because I didn't want anyone else to try them. So all the pie is gone. I want to go up to the elder and just chat with him for a bit about if he remembers the stories of why they left wherever they came from before, and like any details about how they came to Slatus, the island.
He says the reason they left, he tells you, is because they were blamed for the death of the last Great Bear, and so they ran from the. And he said that all the Skinwalker tribe broke at that moment, and they ran. How they got here, he doesn't remember. How they found this place, he doesn't remember.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Farner. Not Farner. Farner.
I want to control myself. Farner, I'm sorry if this is an insensitive question. Are you fundamentally a different race of person from the Coldborn? Or are you like all the same race? You all are gifted uniquely within, you know? I'm honestly just curious.
That's a great question for the DM.
Here's my question out of character.
I would say that
could Bruce marry a wolf lady and then their kids,
have hybrids.
like the boys show up as bears and all the girls show up as like, you know Lady the Tramp, all the little one boy looks like the dad and all the other, you know? Like
that maybe has not been done for years. So.
No one knows.
No one here knows. They're like, he thinks that they are uniquely, like they're different, or they are, yeah. He's like, oh no, we're totally different. Like,
okay, yeah, totally. I don't have any weird questions about it. Don't worry.
Important question. When we left the cave up in the mountains, was the portal closed?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't remember if we had confirmed that.
Open for 10 minutes.
Okay.
There's just been cold-born children wandering into the cave ever since we left.
Hello.
Especially that one kid who was super eager to go out. Wasn't even paying attention.
He walked through. He's like he's like what's the
He's
stupid
totally
little boy
up there.
from Simpsons, the chubby little boy.
Oh yeah.
It's not Milhouse. What's his name? He's the
Ralph.
Ralph. Ralph walks through the portal closes. I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Yes.
That makes for an interesting question, though. Future hybrid skinwalkers.
Hybrid skinwalkers. Future
I
ages.
think Adam's going to start matchmaking. I want to see this happen.
What does a bear and a wolf look like together?
A real life man bear pig.
A man bear pig.
What was your question, Braden?
If you go far enough down the line, it's just all the animals.
I can't hear
Look at
him.
Are there any attractive witch wolves around here?
Yes. That's a silly question. There's like 75 wolves. There's got to be some. Statistically, there's going to be.
I seduce her.
Roll for seduction.
You die.
You die.
Sure, they're all into you. You're their chief.
Then I
You're
get
like their Great Bear chief. You're like above the alpha.
You're the
I
alpha
don't
of
have
the
to seduce them.
I know.
Not like episode 4 of the campaign.
There's like one of those like real old saucy wolf witch females with like overdone makeup. It's just like hanging on you now.
I look at Smith and go, I hate Bruce now. He's been in Hollywood like 6 months, and look at him. He's already a movie star.
Yeah.
There's the worst kind of people around him.
Well, you kind of.
I know.
Yeah.
I create monsters. It's pretty
Great monster.
time magic. That's not really what I do.
Bringard.
I just ruin the personalities of people. around
Bringard
me,
looks
so
up from
You
what
do.
everyone's doing, and he's like, huh?
You create bigger monsters than I do.
What'd you say?
Adam is Bruce's agent.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the short guy from Entourage? The agent character? It's actually not far off from Adam's personality.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
To be clear, I hate that character. So
It's not Adam.
Unless anybody has anything else, we're gonna call it a night there.
all right.
That's
Cool.
Pick up next time.
So they're all planning on making boats to get out of here. We gotta spread the news.
Here's for the
That's all
new.
they got right
Yeah,
now. I
we're.
don't know about teleportation.
Midnight's gonna start.
But you didn't buy
offering
any material
teleportation.
components, did you?
But
We have 8 more uses
Midnight's
of teleportation
never
circle.
It is fine.
Should be plenty, I imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm kind of
We'll
next
find
to it.
You guys just start teleporting them to Asodia, is that the plan?
Well, once we
Or-
come back, we'll go probably Neffelbin and leave
Or
the
Neffelbin,
entire-
yeah.
Like we'll send Bruce
You,
and
you know,
a
You
group.
might want to warn the people in Neffelbin before you start sending
Yeah, send
refugees.
send one of them.
Especially since it's
and then
not,
3
it's in
teleportation.
that one
Like if we-
guy's, it's in that wizards of the councils.
Yeah.
It's not like a highly traveled like, hey, we just have people coming in. It's like his personal teleportation.
Not anymore. It's our teleportation circle. Heck
Give us a
yeah.
minute, and I'll walk through and scream refugees, and then 75 people
Refugees.
come pouring into his office.